All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of June 7th, 2023 to order. Roll call, please. Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller?
Here.
Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Barta?
All right, I'd also like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today. You can find our meetings live stream from the district website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to approve the agenda for the meeting of June 7th, 2023 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the meeting of June 7th, 2023 as presented. Roll call, please. Ms. Zavada.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Barta?
All right, the agenda is approved. As we start our meeting today, I want to acknowledge Director Barta is on her way, so she will be here shortly, and that Jeffco's Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Kim LeBlanc-Esparza, is going to be filling in for Superintendent Dorlin, who is taking some well-deserved vacation time this week. So thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for joining us this afternoon. I'd also like to note that Director Miller is joining us virtually, so you won't see her here, but she is here on Zoom. All right, our first agenda item is aligned with the Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools Phase 2 resolution that this board adopted on May 11th, 2023. The resolution recognizes that its K-8 and secondary schools are now or will in the future be impacted by permanently shifting demographics. It prioritized consolidation recommendations for K-8 and middle schools based on 3 criteria, one of which is plans that are initiated by school communities. On May 3rd, 2023, the Pomona Articulation Area principals shared a vision for responding to declines in enrollment and building on Pomona's rich history with its students, staff, families, and neighbors by reconfiguring Pomona to be a 612 school. Tonight, the district staff will make a formal recommendation to the board to change how secondary education is delivered in the Pomona Articulation Area for the 24-25 school year. The board will vote on this recommendation at our next regular meeting, which is on June 22nd, 2023. As a reminder to our board and the massive listening audience, on May 24th, the Board of Education held a public hearing per policy FCB to receive public comment regarding the potential closure of Moore Middle School. The public hearing preceded the recommendation tonight to ensure it could be conducted prior to the end of the school year to allow for maximum participation from those who may be impacted. Before I hand this over to Ms. Relu, I'm like, in your full title that's listed here, Dr. Kim, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, thank you, President Schooley. You all throughout this process have asked lots of great questions about what our history has been, other schools that are in the 612 or 712 configuration, and I want to thank Dr. Eaton's team for pulling together a number of data sets for us and really looking at everything from attendance to discipline to achievement to growth, and in looking at pre and post configuration change. And, while that sounds impressive leading up to, what I can tell you is, honestly, we cannot find any patterns of anything within the achievement. In one situation, we've got a school that attendance went up, other went down. We had an increase in discipline referrals, and the other one, it went down. We had one place where we saw a jump in student achievement, and then the other school completely the opposite. So the takeaway from that is we really don't have sort of we made this configuration change in these places and this happened, because it's really a mix of data sets. But we did look at it to really see, and I know that Claire and Lisa Relu did a considerable job engaging building leaders that were a part of that to kind of gain insight into lessons learned and practices learned that I know that they'll talk about this evening. But I did want to get back to you because you did ask about those data sets. But unfortunately, there's just really not a takeaway that says this is what we learned from that in terms of an assumption that is to be made. And maybe that's good news, but that's kind of where we landed with the data.
Great. Over to you, Ms. Relu.
Thank you so much for having us this evening for our staff recommendation. Claire Takar, our Director of Strategic Initiatives, will be delivering the recommendation to you this evening. She's been working very closely with this team. And we have some folks here tonight. Wendy Dorn is a Community Superintendent for the Pomona area. Celeste Sulte will actually be the Community Superintendent next year, but Wendy's been along with us in this process. Pat Rock, the principal at Pomona High School, and this may be the first time some of you are meeting Tamsin Stokes, who has recently been named the interim principal for Moore Middle School next year. So they are here to answer some of your questions, but this is a staff recommendation that is being delivered this afternoon by our team in Strategic Initiatives. So I'm going to pass it to Claire.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. So we are here to discuss regional opportunities for thriving schools, which is the response to the board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences. As you know, phase 1 was completed in November, and in May, the board passed a resolution to guide our work for phase 2. Today, we are here to discuss a recommendation aligned with the second priority in that resolution, which are consolidation recommendations for K-8 and middle schools. In this case, those that were initiated by a school community. As we shared with you during the May study session, in January 2023, principals Pat Rock and Brenda Fletcher approached the district for support in leading their community through an engagement process around a new vision. And that vision is a thriving 6-12 secondary experience at Pomona High School beginning in the 24-25 school year. And the principals brought forward this idea as a way to address the challenge of declining enrollment in the Pomona articulation area. With the district support, the principals led community engagement. This slide and this next slide covers some of the robust engagement practices and processes that the principals led their communities through. As a result, tonight we are sharing our recommendation with you all, which is to close Moore Middle School at the end of the 23-24 school year and reconfigure Pomona into a 6-12 school beginning in the 24-25 school year. As you know, declining enrollment continues to be an issue that Jeffco experiences, as do many other school districts across the country. In the Pomona articulation area in particular, the enrollment declines have been acute. There are nearly 300 fewer students who are living in the Pomona articulation area now compared to 5 years ago, and there are 27% fewer students enrolled in any Pomona articulation area school now than there were 5 years ago. These enrollment declines have been particularly acute at Moore Middle School, where we've seen a 50% decline in the number of students in grades 6 to 8 who are enrolled at Moore Middle School. Moore was built in 1978. It has a capacity for nearly 800 students, and since 2013, the highest enrollment year occurred in the 2018-19 school year, and it served 606 students that school year. We estimate about 300 students for next year in Enroll Jeffco, and you can see that the total expenses per pupil are a little higher than average at Moore compared to other Jeffco middle schools. The next few slides demonstrate some of the choice data that we've been able to gather on Moore. So this is looking at the students who are currently enrolled in Moore Middle School. As of October count, there were 272 boundary students. So those are students who live within the Moore Middle School boundary and choose to attend school there. There were also 95 students who choiced into Moore, and that includes a mix of students choicing in from other Jeffco schools as well as students choicing in from other districts. And when we look at the Moore boundary, we see that there are 657 students in grades 6 to 8 who are living in Moore Middle School's boundary area. Of that total 657, only 272 attend Moore Middle School. 385 students choice out of the school, and that includes a mix of students attending other Jeffco schools and students who are attending area charter schools. Enrollment trends over the last 10 years generally show a pattern of decline, and in recent years, that trend has accelerated. When we look into some potential causes of the enrollment drop following the 21-22 school year, we can see that among students who withdrew during the school year, nearly half of them transferred to a public school in a different Colorado district. This mirrors some of the patterns that we see with our schools generally with the data we looked at in phase 1 of regional opportunities. But we do see that a little more than a quarter of students transferred to a public school in the same district, so moving from Moore to another Jeffco middle school. Again, when we look at projected enrollment for the 23-24 school year, we're expecting about 300 students, including 73 new sixth graders. The challenge that these enrollment patterns create is that as enrollment declines, schools have fewer resources to provide experiences and programs for students to provide that extraordinary student experience. This can lead to a perception to a decline in how parents perceive the quality of the school is, and so that can lead them to make a choice of moving their student to a different school, which can exacerbate the enrollment declines. In light of these challenges, the Pomona area principals have aligned on a vision to ensure that students are well supported and receive excellent instruction from grades PK-12. And as part of that, have presented a proposal for the 24-25 school year to reorganize middle and high school into one school so that we can maximize resources, enhance opportunities for post-secondary and workforce readiness, and create a culture where all students and families belong. As part of this proposal, we've heard the board's questions about really learning from both Jeffco's experiences in creating junior-senior schools, as well as the experiences of other nearby districts and schools across the country. And so we have some lessons learned to share with you on a later slide. With much appreciation to our budget team for putting together some initial financial analysis, we anticipate that the ongoing annual savings from reorganizing middle and high school into one building could be up to $1.1 million, while accruing some one-time costs of up to $220,000, in addition to capital costs, which are not included in this analysis. When we start to think about the impact that this proposal would have on students and staff, we know that 53% of Moore's student population qualify for free and reduced lunch. And according to data from the FCB dashboard, this would affect 56 staff members and about 35 FTE in total. And we anticipate that this would affect 179 students. That would be 73 who will be in sixth grade in the 23-24 school year, and 106 that will be in seventh grade in the 23-24 school year. Those that would be in eighth grade next year would be making a transition to high school anyway, so we would not consider them affected as this proposal. This slide is similar to slides that you saw in the fall when it summarizes a lot of information about each school that we are considering with this proposal. The thing that I want to draw your attention to is the capacity of Pomona. It has a calculated capacity of 1,979. What that means is even if every single student who lives in the Moore boundary and every single student who lives in the Pomona boundary chose to attend school there, we would have more than enough space to support those students and ensure that they have access to a thriving experience. As you can see, next year, Moore and Pomona will continue to operate as two separate schools with shared resources to ensure that the Moore students have opportunities for math classes and elective classes to get a robust experience. And this is being supported by one-time funding from the district. Beyond that, Moore and Pomona will also begin intentional transition planning. That will include school leadership developing collaborative structures to plan those transitions during the 24-25 school year, having staff collaborate on vertical planning to make sure that there's a coherent structure of instructional excellence across grade spans, communications and marketing efforts, and then also facilities investments. We'll talk more about facilities investments on a later slide, but we are anticipating that we will be able to provide an estimate of those costs to you by the end of next week. As Dr. Kim shared earlier, we have been reaching out to leaders who have experienced the transition of a middle school or a high school into a junior-senior. And what we know is that there are several important things to keep in mind. First is that the alignment of curriculum and resources across those grade spans is important. Second, how critical it is to invite robust family engagement to build a community culture and a school culture. Third is prioritizing a culture of student safety and well-being as foundational to the rest of the programmatic work that a school might introduce. Also, that teachers and staff need transition supports to build their own internal team cultures. And finally, the importance of putting together a multi-phased plan to phase in programmatic components over time so that we can ensure that there's quality implementation at each step as we move to a new model. As we did with phase 1 of Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools, we'll provide student and family supports in the form of communication and outreach, marketing materials so that families are really aware of what the new school offers and can make an informed choice in advance of the enrolled Jeffco window opening. Families will also have access to a staff member to personally call them and help them make informed decisions about enrollment for the 24-25 school year. And as we did in round 1, eligibility for transportation will be determined in alignment with existing policy. This will also look familiar from round 1. We will continue to support staff by partnering very closely with our partners in JCEA and JESPA, including ensuring that staff have supports to find a placement, a mutual consent position for the following year. And we have been working really hard with the design advisory group at Pomona to look into facility investments that support what you see on this slide, ensuring that we can enhance the 6th and 7th grade wing to make it a safe and inclusive space for our youngest students at Pomona, creating distinct drop-off and entrance areas, ensuring safe traffic flows, creating cafeteria space because 6th graders generally cannot drive themselves off campus for lunch, and improvements to SSN program facilities to ensure that we're accommodating additional classes of students, plus FF&E as needed. And those cost estimates we will be able to provide to you by June 16th. Great, and thank you. I'll pass it back to you.
Great, thank you so much. And thanks for all of the work from the Pomona team of leaders. It's been really awesome. All right, board, this is our opportunity to ask questions and get clarification as we move into thinking about a vote on this recommendation on the 22nd. I'm going to go ahead and start us off with our comments or questions. And I'm going to go to you, Director Miller, since you're virtual, so we don't have a confusion. So if you'd like to start us off, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you very much for all of the work, and the presentation is greatly appreciated. I have a couple of questions to start, please. I understand, at the very beginning we talked about declining enrollment, certainly that we've noticed across the district. But we also see quite a few people or students opting out at the elementary level, which I put forward a question about this earlier today, and my apologies for not getting it earlier. And I appreciate us solving an issue that we have right now, which is, okay, we have fewer children and more. We recognize that there's space at Pomona. I just want to make sure that as we move forward with this work, we really start to look at the why. We are losing children to go outside of Jeffco and or outside of the district to alternative schools, not necessarily the charter schools, but alternative public managed schools, district managed schools, because I think that's something we're going to have to focus on in the next year or two. And I think more in Pomona is the beginning of that work. So that's not necessarily a question, but more of a statement of moving forward with the second phase of the ROT. The question I do have is, you noted at the very end that there's FF&E that's going to have to be expended, and we have on budget FF&E for more for this next year. Are we thinking that there would be additional FF&E for more / Pomona, or are we looking at potentially transferring those FF&E investments from more over to the high school?
Thank you, Director Miller. Are you asking specifically about the furniture, not overall, just the furniture?
Yes, the furniture, fixtures, equipment.
Yeah, thank you. I think maybe Claire can answer that. She's been part of the DAG.
Yes, what we've discussed with the architects and with other folks in the DAG is that we would likely be able to transfer furniture from Moore into Pomona. It's serving students at Moore and, is appropriate. It's well cared for. So we'd be able to bring that into Pomona, particularly things like cafeteria tables and furniture for classrooms.
Right, and I understand that. I just know that we have amount of money earmarked for new FF&E at Moore that's supposed to be invested for this next year, 23-24. And so I just want to make sure that either one, we don't spend the money on that we spend that money on FF&E for the furniture for the high school, if that's what, and the junior, senior high school. I just don't want to spend twice, I guess is my point. So that's my question.
Yeah, so what I can speak to is that there was definitely some work in progress at Moore. We had stopped any additional construction, and so there is some funding left that would be potentially applied to Pomona. And so we need to look into the details of the budget, Director Miller, and we can get back to you in terms of specifically what is left in the Moore budget. I do know we did tell facilities to go ahead. Moore did not have a secure vestibule. We are moving forward with some additional security for that building for next year, because it's something we prioritized in all schools, and we will have kids in that building all year next year. So we'll get some more details by the 16th in terms of what's been spent, what's remaining, and then also what additional spend we are anticipating.
Okay, Lisa, just for FYI, if you look at the CAC report, you'll see that we are spending money on furniture for Moore next year. And I didn't see anything about the vestibule or any facility investment. So it all was checked off or circled that it has not been budgeted for this summer. So that would be helpful to really understand exactly what we are investing in Moore. And if any of that investment can be transferred over to the high school in terms of the furnishing, so we're not double dipping, so to speak.
Absolutely. We'll look into that.
Director Miller, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other board members, would you like to ask questions or comments? Yep, Director Reed.
I'm actually going to build a little bit on what Director Miller just said. I am hoping that we're figuring out a way to gather some data on why people are choicing out, because I would hope that is going to inform the marketing plan, so that you are specifically addressing whatever issues are keeping people out of Moore. I realize that some of it is the perceived decline simply because of the decline in the number of students who are there. But we heard actually at the public hearing some of the concerns that people have had about Moore. And so I guess I'm looking for assurance that is being taken into account with the marketing plan.
Yeah, so I think, and Pat can speak to it if he likes, but I think this is one of the reasons why we're asking you all for this unique timeline in terms of being able to have time in advance of Enroll Jeffco opening in December, is that if we were on the timeline we were on last year, we would have 1 month to think about the marketing. But because we will have this additional timeline, we have time, and I know Pat has spent time talking with families, and Pat, also maybe you could talk a little bit about your vision for how to make the entire articulation area a bit more cohesive with Pomona interaction with the elementary schools too going forward.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. We've had some interactions with some of the families who have choiced out, particularly fifth graders that are not going to be attending Moore. We've reached out to them. We've heard back from a few of them. And it's along those lines of, we don't want to go to Moore because of some things that they don't have, or that they can't give to my child, whether it be real or perceived from those families. And then we're going to continue to work through that. We do know that in speaking to some of those families, though, they did tell us that they'll be back, right? But and we do, and I think the data does show that we do get some of our kids back at that 8th to 9th grade transition. And we need to work on aligning our vision so that those kids do come back and those families do come back into the Pomona area. And then one of our points of making this a cohesive K through 12 pipeline is to work with our elementary schools to ensure that our students are getting what they need. When I presented last month, we talked about the process and each level's responsibility or job within our pipeline to prepare to access, to apply the knowledge for kids and making sure that that's a cohesive pipeline.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, any other questions, Director Reed? All right. Yes, yep. Director Barta.
Hi, and thank you for being here. Nice to meet you, Ms. Stokes. I think this is our first time getting to see you here. So I just had a couple of questions. I just wanted to echo Director Miller's questions just about the CIP money and if hopefully that's going into that budget. Did you all say that we'd get a final budget on June 16th? I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, we are keeping the architects and our facilities teams to it. It will hopefully be before the 16th, but it will be by the 16th for sure. So you have that information going into the board meeting the following week.
Okay. I mean, I was a little surprised. I thought it would cost more to make a little bit of the modifications at Pomona. So I'll be interested as that plays out, just in terms of how we're thinking about the cafeteria and kind of dividing up the halls. So I have a couple of questions and one concern. So one question I have, it said that on the one slide, I couldn't find it here, but that the SSN program had about 6 kids, but then it said comma Pomona. But I know Moore has an SSN program. So does that mean there's about 6 children in the SSN program that would go to Pomona? Is that what that meant?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Pomona doesn't have a program like that at the moment?
Pomona does currently have an SSN program.
Okay. So is this expanding it by a lot, or is this, are we able to these are the kids that would have gone there eventually, hopefully. So I'm wondering how many additional resources we would need at Pomona to absorb the kids for more.
So in speaking with the architects, minimal is what we're looking at. We have a classroom that is not being used at this point. Okay. That we would then transfer to more of our middle school aged SSN program, and then expanding some of the facilities for our current students.
And if those SSN kids, will they also be bused, the 8th grade ones bused next year for electives?
They have the choice to be, yes.
Okay. Okay, and then one thing I was just going to talk about was I think there's a lot of good stuff happening right now with the integration with the elementary schools, and I happen to know a lot of the PTA folks over there, and I know they're already talking about like connecting from little up to more, and then connecting to families at Pomona. So I just want to encourage that. I think that that's going to be a really important part going forward of keeping the families connected, and they really feel that, and I can see it. And so I love that they kind of already know each other. So I just really would encourage as much family engagement, especially through the PTAs, because they're in PTOs, they're all in, I think, around like making those connections. And Little and Par were really successful at that relationship as a consolidation. Probably one of the best in the district. And so I think there's a lot to build on off of that. And there's some really strong parent leaders there. So I think, I was just going to add also, I think in terms of the marketing, Pomona has been known for a long time for its PAW program, and we still promote it. But I think there's some work we can do there and really building it back out and building up that reputation again. PAW stands for Performing Arts. I don't know.
Pomona Arts and Humanities.
Sorry. Okay. I even spelled it wrong here. So, but anyways, I think that's something that might be a reason also, folks are wondering, is that program still as strong? And it's a real draw to promote Pomona. And then one last observation. When I went to the Moore continuation this year, one thing I noticed was the kids almost like I don't know the number, like 90% of them or more, they put like what high school they were going to, and they were going to Pomona. So that was good. And it strikes me that on here there's 95 kids who choice in from other schools and then out of the district. And so those 95, I think, are all going to Pomona based on, this very, sophisticated data point. But so I think there's something there to really celebrate and say, like, okay, well, what is that? And then how do we get, make sure to maintain that, keep those kids coming in if they choose Pomona, but then that direct funnel for more to Pomona seems strong. But the only thing that I'm really concerned about, and I feel like I've brought this up a number of times, so I'm just going to say it again, but I'm really concerned just about our transition year next year and how that's going to feel for the teachers who are there, the staff, and also the students. And I just worry a little bit. I know we're getting a lot of turnover at Moore right now. So it's something I know I'm sure, working on. And I just want to make sure, my daughter's been there for 3 years, and I'm not sure that we've always been able to bring in enough staff and enough teachers to fill all the spots. And so I'm a little worried with some decline around that in a transition year, but that's how that's going to turn out. So I just want to make sure it's on our radar and we're paying special attention. We absolutely have to have a teacher in every subject area next year. And I just think we can't have that happen again at Moore. And so we're going to lose students immediately if we can't fill that in. And so that, and just making sure that we're doing a lot of kind of special programming or support for the kids so that they can really get through, and the families, so that they really feel as they're going through that year that this is the right place for them and the right future. So I do have a lot of concerns about that. And my concern is more like, what do we do, and how do we support the schools and the families, the 2 schools, well, I guess all the schools and the families there. So it's something I'm thinking a lot about, and I'm a little bit worried about and how it will go, just to be honest, over the next year. So I'd like to help be a part of thinking about that. And I know the district they know I'm thinking about it, and that we've talked about it a lot and what we could do to help support the schools.
Great, thank you. Director Parker.
Thank you so much for this, all the work you've done. I think it's so helpful that those of you who know the neighborhood, know the students, know the families are the ones that are driving this, because where we sit, we don't have that close connection. I don't have it to your area. Yes, some of you do. I don't. But anyway, I really appreciate that part of it. And to follow on with what Dr. Varda said on slide 22, when you talk about the sort of opportunity for the Moore students to take advantage of some of the Pomona resources, are the schedules set now? Do the students all know that which areas they are going to be going to Pomona for?
The students know what classes they would come to. They have registered for classes. Our schedules are set. They haven't been released to our students yet. They'll be released in late July for those, and then also for the Moore students as well.
So they know to this level, if they are interested in choir or Algebra 1 or whatever, then they have a good idea where they'll be taking those classes.
Yes. So they've known this for a while. When they registered for classes or requested their classes, they knew which classes would be at Pomona for those 8th graders.
And then also along the lines of what Dr. Varda was saying, do you have open spots now for staff at Moore?
We've been able to fill 3 or 4 over the last week. We still have maybe 1. We have 1 space for a teacher, and then we've got another couple space for support staff. But we're nearly fully staffed, and I know that that's a priority. And I know last year was really a challenge, especially the first semester. So that is right now my top priority, and then we'll continue. I have a list of things to get through before August.
Thank you.
All right. I share some of the, I guess I'll frame it positively. It seems like there's a lot of opportunity to figure out how we're engaging families and how we're doing sort of those touch points to hold on. It's just the transition year. I think it's just the transition year that's kind of the spooky scary, because I don't want people to feel like they're not going towards something. And you all have laid out such a clear vision. So I think that's so super helpful in having those opportunities to have families in Pomona and or wherever it is that you convene. I think will be really important over this transition year. I do have a couple of questions, and it's more around the 6, 7, 8. So I know middle school, as weird and interesting as middle school is, I think it's great. God bless middle school administrators and teachers. It's such an important time for identity formation, and a lot of that through leadership. Do you need another pen? Great. And so I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about how you would create some intention around making sure that opportunity for leadership and for really that identity formation, because it's just such a critical part of how they're going into then 9th through 12th through life is happening through that 6 through 8 age range. So if you could talk a little bit about how you imagine that happening if this goes through or happens.
So we've been able to align our 8-period block schedule. So there's a class period, one of them that is kind of a what I need period of time. And we're currently working on some structures where it's some rotations during then, where students can have the ability to pursue things like clubs and maybe not a direct elective, but something that they're interested in, as well as some interventions that they need, being able to use some of the district tools in that period. And it would come to them every other day. So that would be something they would be able to access very regularly in addition to their traditional classes they'll be taking, and just try to honor that time of learning that a middle schooler needs.
And would that continue? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Rock.
And then once we do go to our 6-12 model, in this year of planning year, which we're calling year 0 or 0 year, for this, engaging the students, the current students and future students and their families in what that experience looks like for those middle schoolers is going to be very important for us as we're forming what we think would be our major committees. That was one of them, which was high school experience and middle school experience, making sure that they're both getting what they need and being very intentional about what those students get.
That's great. I just would hate for them to get that piece to get lost in the whole, because Lord knows we don't need folks with a underdeveloped sense of identity or bad leadership skills anymore in this world. Okay, awesome. And then the last one, it was about the capital. So it sounds like that's all in process, and we'll get that next week. Are there any other questions or comments that we have for our colleagues here before we let them off the hook? Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
guys.
Great. Thank you all so much. We appreciate you spending time here. Okay. We will move on to our next agenda item, where we will be studying a monitoring report on Board End 2.2. District employees will actively engage community resources for the benefit of students. As a reminder, in December 2022, the district and the Board of Education agreed to monitoring reports calendar aligned with Board Ends and Jeffco Thrives 2025 to guide board updates and meeting agendas. And the goal of those monitoring reports really is to present the board with data and information reflecting the work aligned to its ends and Jeffco Thrives, present the board with information which it has requested through its executive limitations, and reflect a cycle of necessary board actions, either driven by statute or otherwise, like a budget process, for example. Each monitoring report focuses on one of the statements within the board ends that we revised and adopted last summer. The narrative within the report contains an interpretation of what compliance of this particular end means. The monitoring report is a compilation of multiple sources of data that inform compliance. So before I turn this over to Ms. Tara Pena, Chief of Family, School, and Community Partnerships, Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add?
There's actually a few follow-up pieces I would love to share with the board this afternoon. We met earlier this month and discussed Panorama and how we've utilized it for our family survey, for our student survey, and staff survey. And we talked a little bit about the norming and the fact that while part of the reason why we felt so compelled to move to Panorama was the ability to have those national norms. We also recognize that right now, in this particular year, having the norms that were pre-COVID was a bit of a challenge. And in the discussions with you all, you asked questions about, can you talk to Panorama and find out how are we doing compared to other districts? I mean, because of having norms that were pre-pandemic. And we had to ask that question multiple times, but most recently, thank you to Dr. Eaton and her team for continuing to pursue that. We talked with Panorama about the norms and some of the challenges they presented. So they went through and did sort of an informal assessment for us. They looked at 10 districts throughout the country that use Panorama that range in size from about 45,000 students to 105,000 students. So districts that had somewhat comparable size and demographics that we have. And in looking at that, the simple answer was all of Jeffco's favorability percentages by topic fall within the range of all those comparable districts. So while we can't say we're at the top here, we're in the quintile here, because of those pre-pandemic norms, what we do know is those like districts that they looked at were seeing data in the same favorability ranges that we are. And so what they did point out to us as somewhat of a, a bright spot in all of that is for school safety, Jeffco's family survey results fall within the top of all comparable districts in the range that they looked at. So we believe that we definitely see that as a strength in our district from what we saw from the feedback that we've gotten from families, and that was confirmed by, again, informal assessment for them to look at, but they certainly confirmed that for us. And so other than that, I know Ms. Pena's done a very deep dive and a thorough look at 2.2, looking through your ends, so I'm going to hand it to her and let her take us through the work that she's done with the team.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Kim.
My apologies for the delay on that. Well, good afternoon. Well, while that's getting pulled up, thank you, Drew, so much. I'll just start with some introduction. We'll talk a little bit about the overview of Monitoring Report 2.2. So good afternoon, esteemed board members. I'm honored to spend time with you this afternoon sharing our progress on Board Ends 2.2. I'm Tara Pena, Chief of Family, School, Community Partnerships. So this is the fourth monitoring report that you're receiving this year in connection to your Board Ends. Hopefully you've had some time to dig into the monitoring report and its associated data. However, if you need additional data, information, or context, please do not hesitate to ask. So without further ado, we'll dig into monitoring report 2.2. So as I get pulled up, what you will see or what we'll hear today is just a quick overview. So we'll talk about the board ends. We'll revisit those, unpack the interpretation, look at our Jeffco Thrives alignment, share some context, look at our data measures, and then share out the compliance statements that we will use to progress monitor our work and meeting the ends. So Board Ends 2.2 reads, fast forward us here. There we go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, Drew. So Board Ends 2.2 reads, district employees will actively engage community resources for the benefits of students. We interpret this to mean the district will prioritize family and community partnerships required to improve student outcomes. These ends will be measured by these 5 data sets. So family responses to the Panorama Family School Relationship Survey, the 2023 District Accountability Committee, or DAC, survey of District School Accountability Committees, or SACs, family and community partner volunteer efforts, superintendent community conversations, and community partnerships and their respective levels of contribution. Maybe. There we go. Oh, I'm going to go too fast. So as we measure our work and its impact on student outcomes, it's also important to note the alignment of our work in this monitoring report to that of our strategic plan. So Jeffco is guided by its strategic plan, Jeffco Thrives 2025. As a part of our communities, our legacy priority, Jeffco has the following initiatives aligned with Board Ends 2.2. Ensure all families have respectful, inclusive, and culturally responsive relationships with their schools. Contribute to the health and well-being of students and their families. Actively collaborate with community partners to ensure mutually beneficial and respectful partnerships to serve student success. So what you'll hear more about today in this monitoring report directly supports the implementation of these initiatives and our district's approach aimed at demonstrating progress toward Board Ends 2.2. So some additional context for you. So as you just heard in Jeffco Thrives 2025, the overarching priority of our Communities Our Legacy focuses on positive, mutually respectful, and trusting connections with Jeffco families and our community partners to support student success. So we have examined our efforts closely to ensure alignment to Jeffco Thrives, but also to current research and best practice to provide maximum benefit to students. We are honored to serve a diverse community of students and families, and we hold the belief that education of each of our students is a shared responsibility. We believe in the value of family community partnerships in our schools and in our districts. Such partnerships help to ensure the unique needs of our school communities are served through a positive collaboration between families, school leaders, staff, and members of our community. So Jeffco Public Schools places strong value on family engagement. Decades of research has shown that family engagement strategies can have a positive impact on student learning outcomes. The benefits include improved academic performance, increased attendance and engagement, improved behavior, and higher graduation rates. A study by the National PTA found that 3 key parent behaviors that are the most accurate predictors of student achievement, transcending both family income and student background. Those include creating a home environment that encourages learning, communicating high yet reasonable expectations for achievement, and staying involved in a child's education at school. So simply put, the better the partnership between school and home, the better the school and the higher the student achievement across the board. So this monitoring report uses multiple data sets to measure our progress on Board Ends 2.2. As I have shared earlier, they include our family responses to the Panorama Education Family Relationship Survey, the 2023 DAC Survey of SACs, Family Community Partner Volunteer Efforts, our Superintendent Community Conversations, and our community partnerships and their levels of contribution. So we'll start by looking a little bit at the Panorama Survey tool itself and just providing a little bit more context there. So as you all know, the Panorama Education is a vendor in which we used to administer the Family Relationship Survey. We used their tool, which is new this year to Jeffco. So surveying families is an opportunity to measure the impact of family engagement in Jeffco. So for 23 years, the district has administered a family and school partnership survey to help us understand Jeffco families and their experiences. This past school year in 2023, the district moved the survey to a platform called Panorama Education, which will allow us to compare our results to national trends. In time, we believe that this will prove an effective method for helping to assess Jeffco's progress toward achieving our mission of providing a world-class education. So the Panorama Assessment Tool reports survey results in 2 ways. So the first is by national benchmarks. So Panorama compares each topic surveyed to other schools and districts in their database. So these norms are reported as percentiles, much like the pediatric growth chart that shows how children compare to others in their age group. So for example, 70th percentile means taller than 70th of the comparison group. So the Panorama national benchmarks include survey results from more than 430 districts, 5,900 schools, and 3.5 million respondents, which includes all stakeholder groups, across diverse geographic areas, school types, and achievement levels. Much like what Dr. Kim had shared with us a little bit earlier, it's also important to note that these national norms are based on Panorama survey responses before 2017 and have not been adjusted for any pandemic or post-pandemic impacts. The second way results are reported is by measuring favorability. So results show the percentage of respondents who answered favorably to the questions and topics. So percent favorable scoring examples. So wanted to provide, so you have in your written monitoring report access to the survey results in their totality, but wanted to provide a snapshot of an example here. So in this example, the scoring shows how 2 of the 5 responses are coded favorably in green and summed for the total percent favorable. Panorama question responses range from 4 to 7-point scales, so favorability ratings are calculated in different ways. For example, one calculation for favorable may include the sometimes response, while other calculations might identify sometimes as not favorable. So again, they're reporting their results in 2 ways, national benchmarks and favorability. So the results of this survey this year, it's also important to note, will be used as our baseline. So with the baseline set, the survey results will guide our efforts and direct our strategies to better align our work to research and best practice, to Jeffco Thrives 2025, and the national standards for the family school partnerships. So now that we know how responses are measured, let's take a closer look at the survey and the questions themselves. So in order to better collaborate with our families and to better understand their experiences in Jeffco, as I shared earlier, each year we administer a perception survey to identify the needs, opportunities, and challenges facing our families. Our families' attitudes and perceptions about their child's school matter to us, and research tells us their views can shape their child's attitude about school and that of families' overall engagement with our schools and with our district. So, a little bit about the survey administration process and who participated. So in all, 10,715 family members participated in the 2023 survey administered during a window from January 30th to March 3rd. The survey was made available to families digitally and via paper copies that could be taken at the school site. For the first year, our Jeffco response rate for families was about 19%. Nationally, Panorama sees a survey response rate of around 25 to 35%. As far as who took the survey, based on self-reporting of their demographics, participants were predominantly mothers at 77%, and families most self-identified their race as white at 70%. We'll talk a little bit more about those factors when we talk about our next steps for focused acceleration later on. Families also identified their eldest child grade band on the survey, and their responses were similar across grades, with slightly more participation in grades 3 through 5 and 9 through 12, which is telling just given the conversation we just had about middle school, the presentation before. So families were invited to complete one survey at each school where their child or children attend, and were advised to have their oldest child in mind if multiple children attended the same school. So results by topic. The survey included questions around the following topics: barriers to engagement, school safety, school climate, school fit, and Jeffco's strategic plan. So the table on this slide shows the overall results for the 5 topics surveyed by Panorama. At 81%, barriers to engagement had the highest overall favorability of all survey topics. School safety is the next topic with the next highest favorability of an average of 74%. I do want to call out that one of the questions in the school safety section about the school safety section in particular, 85% of families reported that their child feels safe at school. While school safety will always remain an area of priority focus, this is feedback from our families worth elevating. The lowest favorability at 55% included questions about support for students' strengths and needs under a topic called Jeffco Strategic Plan Priorities. So thank you, Dr. Kim, for the earlier explanation about the national norm percentiles and how that data is reported. On the table, you will see how we compare against other districts nationally. So these percentiles are called out with the orange dots on the far right of the table. You'll also notice that there are no national norms for the Jeffco strategic plan, as those are questions that we have asked that are not norm referenced. And then finally, you'll notice that in that same column of the table, compared to pre-pandemic norms, all topics asked of Jeffco families fall below the 40th percentile nationally. But as you heard earlier, the current national norms you see here come with a lot of caveats. And we still believe that this tool will prove an effective method for helping to monitor our progress toward achieving our mission of providing a world-class education. And then just as a reminder for your reference and convenience, linked in the written monitoring report is the panorama survey in its entirety, and I trust it will prove very informative. We'll look at areas for focused acceleration in regards to our family perception feedback later in the presentation. So the next measure for our progress on Board Ends 2.2 is the District Accountability Annual Survey of SACs. So in Colorado, it is a statutory requirement for every school district to have a District Accountability Committee, or a DAC. The committee is made up of parents, teachers, Jeffco staff, and community members, and serves in an advisory capacity to the Jeffco County District's Board of Education. So our District Accountability Committee in Jeffco meets monthly throughout the year and makes recommendations to you, our board, regarding district budgets, charter school applications, school and district unified improvement plans, and works to further family engagement in Jeffco. The DAC provides training and information that school accountability committees can share with each school community, and it administers an annual survey to gather feedback from SACs. So in the late winter, early spring of 2023, the DAC Executive Committee wrote and administered a survey to give to each active SAC in every school. And the results of the survey, that survey in particular, were delivered to you during the May 3rd study session and contained valuable recommendations on how to make SACs more effective, which included evaluating the timeline for SAC engagement on our school UIPs to ensure meaningful feedback and input, focusing on accessible communication and opportunities for understanding school level data, and increasing regular and diverse attendance and participation on SACs. So these school-based committees, DACs and SAC, representation at DAC, and then our school-based SACs can be one of the best ways for parents and community members to weigh in on the many important variables that I just highlighted. And pursuing the DAC's recommendations will be critical in our focused acceleration work, given the opportunity for meaningful engagement, which will result in greater student impact. Additionally, the district will support the DAC at the board's request in revising the content of future surveys to ensure the integrity of the questions and actionability of the responses for the 23-24 school year. So moving to our next data measure, family and community volunteers. So Jeffco has an engaged group of families and community partners who volunteer their time and talent to our students every day. The collective effort of volunteers has a profound impact on the educational experience and the growth of our students and families within the community. What we also know to be true is volunteer hours have not only intrinsic value, but economic value as well. So the independent sector, which is a coalition of nonprofit and philanthropic organizations in the United States, regularly calculates and publishes the estimated dollar value of volunteering. So as of April 2022, the independent sector's estimate of the value of volunteering was $34.36 per hour for volunteer time in Colorado. So while volunteers provide their time and skills without monetary compensation, assigning a dollar value to their contributions can help to quantify the economic impact of their efforts in a public school limited resource environment. So in the absence of a formal district-wide process to track specific volunteers and time spent volunteering, we reached out to 2 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. And on average, volunteers at these 4 schools added an estimated value of $74,000 for the school year. So we are in the process, just so you're aware, of creating a volunteer application process and directory to help match volunteers to schools and schools to volunteers. We also intend to begin tracking volunteer hours and type to measure system-wide impact. By systematizing, simplifying, and communicating volunteer needs, it's anticipated that more volunteers can access potential opportunities that align with their schedule, likely increasing the number of volunteers and the overall student and community impact. So our 4th data measure in this board ends is the very successful community superintendent community conversations that we held this semester. So from January through May of 2023, we held 12 community conversations at different high schools throughout Jeffco. At each event, Superintendent Dorland met with families and members of our community to discuss district-wide topics and issues specific to each articulation area. The 90-minute conversations were focused on family and community feedback and provided community members the opportunity to ask questions and express their desires, interests, and concerns. The superintendent was joined by a community member co-host at each event, which made up a diverse representation of leaders from throughout the greater Jeffco. In total, Superintendent Dorland met with nearly 800 stakeholders to discuss timely and relevant issues for each respective community. Out of the topics discussed, school safety, student and staff mental health, and post-pandemic academic recovery were top priorities for discussion for families at every meeting. Combining what we learned from these in-person engagements with the data collected in the 2 surveys you heard about earlier, the SAC survey as well as the Family Partnership Survey, will allow us to customize family and community engagement efforts as we work to meet the goals outlined in our community's Our Legacy section of the strategic plan. Our final data measure is our inventory of community partners. Jeffco Public Schools is fortunate to have many invested community partners. Community partnerships are essential to support the success of our students and families. In Jeffco, we define community partnership as a collaborative relationship between outside agencies, our schools, and our families, all working together to improve student outcomes and to strengthen our communities. Jeffco community partners support our students and families by donating goods and services, volunteering time, providing in and after school enrichments and intervention, and making accessible a critical mass of resources and strategies that improve overall student and family well-being. So research also tells us that community partnerships positively contribute to student outcomes in the following ways: increased resources, enhanced learning opportunities, improved academic outcomes for students, greater engagement for families, and better support for students. So as established, our way of tracking currently the number of community partners that we have within Jeffco, we have established an official memorandum of understanding way to formalize that partnership. We currently have 45 formal partnerships with community organizations, businesses, service groups, nonprofits, and other government entities, providing support and resources that span each of the 17 articulation areas in our district. In a district, the district partners through informal agreements, in addition to the 45 MOU. The list of those 45 could be found in the appendix of the written monitoring report. But we also have lots of informal partnerships as well, and some of those include partnerships with the Jefferson County Food Policy Council, Benefits in Action, the Coalition to End Hunger in Lakewood, the Gold Crown Club's House, etc. And so I'll talk about how we're going to track some of that work moving forward. So we also have, so as we talked about many invested partners in education, I'd like to take just a few moments to profile some of our most active partners. Again, you'll see a more comprehensive overview in the monitoring report. So the Outdoor Lab Foundation. So the Outdoor Lab Foundation, founded in 2003, their mission is to inspire community support and advocate on behalf of Jeffco Schools Outdoor Lab program. So currently the foundation prioritizes 4 strategic initiatives: tuition assistance program, the intern program, the high school leader program, and the site support program. So some of our highlights of our partnership with the Outdoor Lab Foundation include are working together to ensure 5,000 sixth graders and 1,000 high school students attended this Jeffco Rite of Passage. The Outdoor Lab Foundation provided over $177,000 in outdoor lab tuition assistance to 35 middle schools to ensure students' fees are not a barrier to participation for students. The foundation coordinated 147 volunteers across 7 projects that contributed 1,082 hours of community service to Outdoor Lab, valued at $42,174.64. So down to the cents there. They also garnered donations of new outerwear and outdoor gear so that every student had the equipment that they needed to stay warm, safe, and dry while in the mountains. These donations exceeded $75,000 in retail value. So in total, the foundation poured over $400,000 into the program to ensure extraordinary student experiences for Jeffco students while at Outdoor Lab. Another community partner to highlight is the Action Center, located in Lakewood, that has been serving Jeffco families and our surrounding areas since 1968. So the Action Center provides immediate and compassionate response to those in our community experiencing hardship. So the partnership between Jeffco Public Schools and the Action Center runs wide and deep. There's a long-standing history of food distributions at our schools for students and families with food security challenges, and an annual school supply event in August for families struggling to make these necessary purchases. So there is some new family-focused work that has been a result of a partnership and MOU that began with our Title I department. So the partnership is coming to life through principals, family engagement liaisons, and school-based family centers in select elementary schools. And the primary goal of this partnership and the work of the Family Center is to bring one-to-one holistic family coaching to Jeffco families that goes beyond the scope and expertise of just the academic focus. Our next valued community partner I'd like to highlight is the Jeffco Schools Foundation. So the Jeffco Schools Foundation is a nearly 40-year-long partner to Jeffco Public Schools. They are an independent nonprofit, and they are committed to raising resources to provide academic, programmatic, and enrichment support to our students, our educators, our schools, and our families. So the Jeffco Schools Foundation is an exciting period of transition, and they're currently in the process of writing a new strategic plan that will align their efforts and outcomes to Jeffco Thrives 2025. But a particular call out is the wonderful partnership that we have with them and the Gill Foundation, and the investment in the STEM Smart Labs in the Arvada articulation areas. So the STEM resources have been a tremendous value. Community First Foundation, which was actually now the Colorado Gibbs Foundation, is another valued community partner. So during the 2021, 2022, and 22-23 school years, they donated a grand total of $1,132,624 to Jeffco Public Schools. The grants have gone to things of supporting some of our ROFS works, support for the capacity needs of Jeffco Thrives, our district's community engagement efforts, providing free school meals for up to 1,200 K-12 students in Jeffco for this school year. So another bright spot of community partnership. And then finally, business and industry work-based learning partnerships. So Jeffco currently has a database of over 800 industry partners that have agreed to support some level of work-based learning within our schools. So these partners participate in middle school career fairs, 10th grade career expo, industry panels, interviews, and industry speaking events for students, as well as host job shadows and offer internships or apprenticeships for our students. We're continually developing strategic partnerships to offer more in-depth work-based learning opportunities. For example, a partnership with Denver Water resulted in a new job shadow program at Arvada West for the students in their water quality management program. We're also expanding opportunities for students to engage in industry-sponsored projects in which our students collaborate with industry partners to solve problems and complete projects that are beneficial to our partners, while also providing relevant and rigorous learning opportunities. So we're incredibly grateful for our invested community partners and their role and the role that their support plays in improving student outcomes, as we look forward to continuing to grow our network of community partners by fostering new and strengthening existing partnerships as identified in our Communities Our Legacy portion of the strategic plan. And last but not least, our compliance statements. So in summary, this monitoring report provides information regarding the district's efforts to actively engage community resources for the benefits of students. As shared earlier, we interpret this to mean that the district will prioritize family and community partnerships required to improve student outcomes. So the next two slides will highlight our bright spots and our areas of priority focus for moving forward. And I skipped 2 slides. My apologies about that. So on track. So our compliance statement. So using the multiple data sets shared within the report, we identified multiple bright spots that are on track and in compliance with Board Ends 2.2. So these include, first, the implementation of a new survey assessment tool, which was a wonderful bright spot for us this year. We transitioned from Panorama, from our internal Jeffco survey assessment tool to the Panorama education survey platform to enable us to leverage a national database of quality questions and to evaluate family feedback against national norms. So our next bright spot includes us elevating strategies to improve experiences aligned with Jeffco Thrives 2025. One thing that the data showed us as we really began to look at what our families are communicating and how it's weighing against Jeffco Thrives. Challenging our students to improve, ensuring that they have the support that they need to succeed, and recognizing their strengths are all desired outcomes of action steps that we heard and have pulled directly from the feedback from families. Additionally, the district's value of equity speaks directly to viewing children's individual differences as assets and is embedded in our investment in a values-based culture. So in order to more proactively address the hopes, needs, and concerns of our families, a bright spot and something that we are standing in response to feedback is we will launch the Family Response Service Team in August of 2023. So the first team will provide services to families who need assistance accessing school and district resources, addressing concerns, and building skills to be strong partners in their students' education. The first team will also be able to track trend data on family needs and concerns to allow us to be proactive in our efforts to support families. The superintendent stakeholder engagement was an additional bright spot for us this year. Our families shared positive qualitative feedback about the high value of engagement opportunities. These community conversations provided a successful template for annual engagement and will allow the superintendent to address community needs and hear from the community and respond as well. So these interactions will continue to be customized based on the interests of different geographic regions and will allow stakeholders to voice their ideas, questions, and concerns, and for the district to be responsive in real time. And this engagement structure will continue in the 23-24 school year. Our next area of alignment or on track is in the way we've enhanced the value and effectiveness of school accountability committees. So our SACs are in the work and we did in the survey are on track this year. So the survey of the SACs conducted by the DACs resulted in recommendations to make the work of SACs more meaningful and to diversify and promote participation in these groups is one way to ensure that family members have the opportunity to weigh in on all of the areas of priority that we unpacked a little bit earlier around the roles and responsibilities of DAC. We're also in compliance as we begin to track and quantify our community resources for the benefits of students. So anecdotally, Jeffco has an engaged group of families and community partners who volunteer their time and talent. And a volunteer application process directory will help us match volunteers to schools and schools to volunteers. And then additionally, we will look to next steps will include the use of the data and information to create a plan for how do we increase the impact of our community partners and their contributions, as well as our volunteer efforts. And then last but not least, the board resolution on family partnership. So resolutions adopted by our board provide clarity to the community on the board's position and guidance to district staff. This particular resolution on family partnerships is aligned to our strategic plan, our communities, our legacy, and our board is on track to vote on this resolution in June of 2023. So next, our areas of focused acceleration. So while there are many bright spots in our work prioritizing family community partnerships, there are many areas of priority focus found within the data shared this afternoon that will inform and drive much of our work moving forward. So our first area of focused acceleration will be diversifying survey participation and increasing the response rate of our families on both the Panorama Family School Relationships Survey and the DAC survey of SAC. So before we had talked a little bit about some of the self-reporting demographic information that our families shared. So from that data that we collected, participants that responded were predominantly mothers, 77%, and predominantly white, God bless you. A higher proportion of families identified their race and ethnicity as white compared to Jeffco's student population, which is 66%, which indicates that white families may be overrepresented in the survey this year. So while about 25% of Jeffco students are Hispanic or Latino, just 11% of families respondents identified themselves as Hispanic or Latino. So for next year and in the future, Jeffco will ensure the survey is better publicized and more accessible to families. We're also committed to publicizing the survey in multiple languages, and the survey itself is accessible in multiple languages. Furthermore, we'll partner more intentionally with schools whose community is more racially diverse to make certain our underrepresented families have a variety of opportunities to take the survey and make their voices heard. Additionally, the district will endeavor to improve its estimated response rate of 19% on the Family School Relationship Survey to exceed Panorama's national average of around 25 to 35% in 2024. For focused acceleration also includes our commitment to grow the response rate of DAC and SAC survey from 90 school participation rate to 125 schools in the 2024 school year. Our next area for focused acceleration also includes increasing regular and diverse attendance and participation on SACs. So in the barriers to engagement section of the Family School Relationship Survey, family members reported their busy schedule as a barrier to engagement. So in the coming school year, the district will partner with DAC and our AARs, our articulation area reps, on a plan to increase participation on SACs and to maximize a meaningful experience for those serving on SACs. And then our final area for focused acceleration is to improve family perceptions aligned with school climate and school fit. So the Family School Relationship Survey calls our attention to areas with strong links to student engagement and thus student outcomes. Specifically, we recognize an urgency to increase family member perceptions that classroom lessons are motivating, teaching styles match children learning styles, children are comfortable asking for help from school adults, and activities offered at a school match the students' interests. So we'll further explore and prioritize in our ways that we address these issues through the 2023-2024 continued focus of knowing our students and families by name, strength, and need. And that concludes our focused acceleration for the monitoring report. And then finally, last but not least, an opportunity. So for some questions, that was a lot of information. So just as a reminder, this is a baseline, especially given that we have just the 1 year data set of the Panorama survey. But also would love to hear some feedback if moving forward, if there's anything additional that you want us to include in this monitoring report in the next version moving forward, anything that we should leave out or that we should adjust or do differently. Knowing that much of the data that we shared with you is our first year baseline.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Pena. So we're going to open it up for board questions and comments. Director Miller, would you like to start us off?
Sure. Thank you very much, Tara. That was awesome. Really appreciate it. I know that these are, as you said, the baselines that we start with. And so the detail that you provided is something that I know we as a board have read through, but it's helpful for, I hope, other people to be engaged and understand what we're focusing on. So I have a few questions, and President Schooley, I can ask a couple and then stop so that others can have a chance as well. It's a lot to unpack. So just wave at me if you'd like me to stop. So I guess the first question I have is when we talk about the DAC, back in the very beginning, and you're talking about, Tara, the survey that is being sent out by the DAC to its participants as well as potentially to SAC members. I'm curious about being able to evaluate the effectiveness of DAC and SAC. So we know that we have a series of, improvement the UIPs, uniform improvement over a series of years. And we can see that we still have same root causes, we still have same challenges. So one question I would ask is, how do we evaluate, or how does the DAC evaluate its effectiveness, as well as the SACs evaluating their effectiveness? SACs are looking at how money is invested at their schools and what their goals and objectives might be, and the same for DAC, taking an articulation area and the overall system. So that, I think, is something I would like to see, is how are we evaluating the effectiveness of these teams?
Absolutely. So Dave Weiss and I serve as the district liaisons that help support and facilitate DAC, and we actually have a retreat with that group coming up tomorrow with our executive committee to begin to outline our prioritize and establish our purpose for the 23-24 school year. And measuring our effectiveness is something that we talk about often as an executive committee, knowing that we want families and community partners' engagement in DAC to be meaningful, but also for us to be able to measure their impact and how it's supporting our student outcomes. And so we will make certain to elevate that in our retreat planning for tomorrow. But I also believe that being able to provide kind of some overall evaluation tool of the DAC and the SAC experience of itself is something that we can add to our working agendas for this coming school year.
That would be great, because I think sometimes people get on to the DAC and there is all these different committees and there are different goals, objectives within the committees, but then how does that all come to pass, and how do we evaluate the effectiveness of that work? And I think most people want to make sure that they are volunteering their time and that the work that they are doing is actually being recognized and acted upon.
Absolutely. Something else that we are exploring and will unpack further tomorrow evening is, do we expand the amount of time that we meet monthly? There's a lot of information that we're asking our DAC members to absorb and respond to, and some of the anecdotal feedback that we get, and we do have a feedback survey that we give at the end of each DAC meeting. But families are asking for more engagement opportunities and ways to feel more empowered in providing recommendations and advisory insight through the work of their subcommittees. And so we're also looking to create more robust subcommittees as part of the DAC, and we have our AARs coming together. We believe that that is a group that is underutilized. So we have our Family School Community Partnership Subcommittee that's working with our AARs to help get more engagement of SACs at the school level, but also to help find ways for DAC to feel more engaging and hopefully solicit more participation moving forward. So there are a lot of exciting things in the work for DAC, but absolutely on the continuous improvement will for sure.
Great, thank you. And then on page 13, there's a question or a statement that has a database of over 800 industry partners. And my question would be, of these 800, how many have touch points with our schools, and either from coming to talk to students, from providing apprenticeships, internships, opportunities to shadow, as I think you mentioned earlier, and then how many children are impacted with the 800, and is there a goal or objective to have greater outreach with these 800, or are we focusing more on the 200 or 300 that are very active with us? It would just be helpful. It's a big number, but I don't know how many children are impacted by that number and the relationships they have.
Absolutely. So much of that work is supported by Marna Messer and her team, and they actually do have a very robust online tracking system that is a web-based platform for tracking work-based learning partnerships that pulls from different partners from not only across the Front Range, but across national partners. And so they are able to track which are our most active work-based learning partners and to see who actually is having engagement, which students are participating, what's been the benefit and the value. So I believe there might be some opportunities in future monitoring reports for us to be able to look at that data a little more explicitly, but I do know that Ms. Messer and her team do track that pretty closely. But I would share in the curiosity of how is that translating to student outcomes as well.
Yeah, I think that would be valuable for all of us. When we're talking about CTE investments, we're talking about additional expansion at certain schools, or we're talking about investments being made in schools that require capital. And potentially how that might align with these 800 partners, so to speak. That kind of information, I think, is really critical for us. I know we have mill levy that was tied to CTE as well, and so being able to understand how these partnerships impact our students, how many are benefited from these relationships. Are there only 200 companies that are really active with us, and the other 600 are kind of quiet? The statement 800 looks awesome, but if it's only 200 that are really working closely with kids, and we only have I shouldn't say only, but there's 1,000 students that are benefiting. How do we make that universe more robust and more engaging for our kids, and how we engage better with them as well?
Yeah, Director Miller, before you, because I'm not stopping you, I'm not giving you the wave off, but I was just going to echo this, that I think, and I have a note written down to that effect. So unless there's an objection to the board, I think that when you're asking for what would be helpful for future monitoring reports, including some of that data, not just around the number, but what's the value of those partnerships, not necessarily monetarily, but what's the value to students or our schools. Like it could be that there's an investment of a STEM wing in a building that comes through a community partnership. So what is the sort of depth and how is that helping us to achieve some of these, particularly as we dig further into High School Reimagined? I think it's going to help not only the board, but our community to really see some of those opportunities and what they mean for students. So I just wanted to make sure that was highlighted, what Director Miller was saying as a next step for future monitoring reports. All right, sorry. Continue.
No, thank you. I think that's exactly the point, is we are talking about High School 2.0, and that's a big number of companies or organizations. And the ones that you highlighted, Tara, candidly are nonprofit organizations. And that's great, and I appreciate those. But I also know that I think it was Lockheed was very actively involved a couple years back at Stevens. Or Edgewater or Lumberg in the summertime. I just think it's really important we understand who we're engaging with and how we cultivate those relationships and other relationships with those companies as well. And then I have one last question now, and then I'll stop if that's okay, President Schooley. The last question I have is the effectiveness of school accountability committees. And I know that we had, I think it was last year, I can't remember, I think it was a school from Green Mountain, an elementary school with a very robust school accountability committee. And the reason I raise this is we just heard about Pomona Articulation Area and the discussion about, well, we have declining enrollment, but really we have a challenge of people choicing away. More than anything else in that area. And so school accountability committees, to me, are critical for understanding why people are potentially choosing alternatives and how we reinvest or refocus our efforts to ensure that people stay at our schools. And so trying to take the best case or best practices, I think that we heard last year from one elementary school, and how do we transfer that over to the other elementary schools that may not understand why they're experiencing what they are experiencing, because as noted by, I think, Principal Rock, that ripples through. If we don't get it right in the elementary school, it ripples to the middle and the high school. And I think SACs can be extremely useful and focused so that we understand exactly why people are potentially choosing an alternative from our elementary school that impacts all the way up to our secondary levels. And so I don't know exactly how we would address that in the monitoring report, Tara, but I do believe that it starts local, that it's really at the school base, and we need to understand that the SACs really need to be important and understand their role and why they are critical for how we build our systems. So that's more a statement than anything else.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Director Miller. Director Parker?
Thank you for that presentation. It was very, very comprehensive. I have a question from page, I think it's 13 on the report, about the Family Response Service Team. Mm-hmm. Can you give me a little idea? Will there be, like, I'm familiar with the community superintendents, the kind of hierarchy when we get questions directed at the school board, mm-hmm. we can tell them where to go. Principals first, then so forth. What will there be an identified person for each school, like we have community soups?
So there will not be an identified person. So the first team, the Family Response Service Team, or the first team as we will call them, will be the first call that we would encourage families to make. Of course, our schools stand ready to welcome and inform and support our families as questions may come in, and how to navigate both our schools and our district. But if that does not serve to be successful, then our families can absolutely call the Family Responsive Service Team. So in its most technical form, it's going to be a centralized call center where we will have a small team of case managers helping to first and foremost, kind of tier one asked and answered of questions. My kid missed the bus and I don't know who to call. I need help accessing the new free and reduced lunch form that came out. My kid is in need of school supplies. We just moved to Jeffco and I don't know where my boundary school is. So we would be able to track the calls that are coming in using some software that we already use for like the Jeffco Help, the Jeffco Help ticketing system that we have. So we'd be able to track the types of questions that we're receiving and then do some asked and answered. And then more tier 2 concerns would be, you know what, I have an issue that's unresolved at a school, or I just demand to talk to somebody because there's a conflict or an issue, and I immediately want to talk to the superintendent or to the principal, and they jump, families out of love and fear and frustration jump a lot of steps and don't necessarily call local to help find that resolution. And so the team of case managers would then help kind of route those tier 2 calls to a team of first case managers that would hopefully serve as the intermediary for families and schools to help kind of bring that connection back together. The first question will be, have you talked to your school? Have you talked to the teacher? Have you talked to the assistant principal? Let me see if I can't get some information for you and do a little bit of fact finding. And then we'll make sure that somebody at the school is responsive, and it would be hopefully a nice warm handoff for the family back to the school to get the issue resolved at the lowest, most local level. And if that also then proves to be unsuccessful and we're still not able to get resolution, then we'd have more of a tier 3 type of complaint in which we've tried to resolve, the school and the family been in communication, and we're still not seeing eye to eye and getting some resolution. Then a couple of steps can be taken. One, our legal team is, as you know, revising policy, and we're looking at our public complaint policy and how do families actually file a complaint if they're not feeling that resolution can be found or they're not being heard. We would first refer them back to our public complaint policy, KE. And in there, it really does outline the steps of how cases would be essentially investigated or would be determined if policy would be violated. And we'd work in partnership with community superintendents and other district leaders to help further unpack more complex issues and concerns that parents may have, to determine, one, if there's been a violation of policy, but most importantly, like, how do we support our families in making certain that their needs and their voices are being heard, while also maintaining that relationship with the family and the school. So in the most technical form, that's how the first team will work starting this coming school year.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Great. Anyone else? Yeah, Director Reed.
So I talked about this a little bit with Dr. Kim, and I don't want to go into a great deal of detail here because I feel like we're just getting started. We're just getting started with this survey. We're just getting started with the data dashboard and all of those things. But for future reports, I would like to see a cross-section of data where it's appropriate, because sometimes different sources of data can tell us different stories. So, we may have parents expressing concern about their child's achievement, or whether or not they're challenged, or students may have something that they're saying about whether or not they're challenged that is at odds with what is in Infinite Campus, or is at odds with what is showing up on student assessments. And so at any time that we can look at perceptions and then be able to pull in data that can either support those perceptions or perhaps explain the complexity behind the issue that may not be immediately apparent in perception, if that makes sense. That's what I'd like to see in future monitoring reports on this.
Absolutely. And I don't want to overcommit
Dr. Eaton's team, but I know that in years past with our Make Your Voice Heard and our family community relationship survey that we were also able to track, for example, climate and culture and student achievement. So there was a strong correlation for schools that had high climate and culture that they had corresponding data to support high student achievement. We started to play around a little bit with this year's perception survey data from both students and families. And one correlation that we did see is that if families were reporting high in an area like school fit or school climate, students were also showing high favorability in those same categories as well. I think it just emphasizes the value of, strong family satisfaction and that investment in family engagement and that partnership translate to student outcomes. And so I think once we move past, just like you said, I appreciate saying we're just getting started. This is baseline. We are just scratching the surface. I do believe that we'll be able to show some really great comparisons of how this actually is translating into improved student outcomes in years future. So we started to dabble and then pulled back a little bit just because I think we need probably one more year of data to do some kind of year-over-year comparisons. Thank you. Great suggestion.
Yep, Director Varda.
Can I just add to that? I'd love to see the data stratified by grade, like elementary, middle, and high school even. I can just imagine how different the responses are in those. And then also by, at a minimum, like areas of the district, maybe articulation area. I mean, even by school is of interest to me because there is so much variance and I think inequities across our district that I think it's pretty important to look at it from that lens. Mm-hmm. And hopefully that's not that difficult to do, I hope. And the other thing is I think as we think about the response rate, just to think about, like I was looking at the data on the barriers, and there's so much favorability about like childcare and transportation not being a barrier. And I'm wondering if there's probably something about the population of respondents that had the availability to answer a survey and time and accessibility to their computer, all kinds of things that probably correlate to also having transportation and childcare not a barrier. So, yeah. So I know that we're thinking about that already, but also just looking across that so we can understand inequities that are important to help support our families.
Absolutely. We, just like everything else that we talk about when we really begin to commit to data literacy, as you know, this is one data set or one data measure to be able to really have a better understanding of our family's experience with us in Jeffco and why the area of focus acceleration is we do know that we have underrepresented voice within the survey. I do believe that much of the commitment of my division, but all of our shared responsibility to make sure that we're bringing voice and visibilities to families that we know voices right now are probably not here. I think the Family Response Service team will be a great opportunity for us more readily in real time to one, be able to know what the family needs are so that we can address them more quickly, but also anticipate future needs. Or identify trends moving forward too. So with this baseline information, we see a tremendous opportunity to more strongly partner with our families to also find ways to engage, educate, and empower our families as well.
I share your your suggestion, your desire and wish. And one of the opportunities I think is that we're making decisions as a board about different educational models for students, and so how can we, or thinking about High School Reimagined or some of these other larger initiatives, how can we really think about pulling some of the data, like what does panorama data from students look like from 6 or 7, 12 schools that we currently have, and where are how does that help inform where we want to put resources or our focus as a board. I mean, there are a lot of opportunities. So I share that. I think that depth, it would not be wasted on this board to be able to go deeper. So I think there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of richness there that can help us to contextualize a lot of the decisions and conversations that we're making, which brings me to a couple of questions. One is, So again, I'll just say it for the 19th time today. I know this is baseline data and that these are new processes. It's a new platform that we're using. What I am kind of my wondering is, and I know we've in conversations with Superintendent Dorland and all of you as a team, there is a ethic around not asking people questions if you're not going to give them the answers to those questions and help process and share that data back. So what I'd like to know is, how are we sharing this information with the 24,000 plus students and however many, 10,000, whatever it was, families with SACs to help them with their own data for their school to be able to look at what their responses were and the timing of it. So this is obviously school's out and trying to make sure as we move forward that we are being timely, relevant, transparent with getting survey results back. And I know there was a lot to unpack from year one, especially with norms being pre-pandemic and trying to figure out what that means for looking at this data. But I don't want people to disengage because they think that we are asking them questions that they're never going to, they won't be able to use this data. So it's a really big concern to me. So I'm curious if you can talk about what the intention is moving forward. If we need to have, I don't want you all to wait for us to be able to share it with communities. So how we can collaborate and think about what that process or that system, the timeline looks like, and some of your thoughts around, we release it in January, ends in March. I'm just making that up. Is that true?
Yep, ends of March. Perfect, March 30th. Third.
Yeah. So if you could just talk a little bit about how you all have been thinking about that as we move forward to be able to work and engage those SACs and schools. This is a really long question. Do you like? I'm just
Yes, got it.
I'll just stop.
No,
you know what I'm trying to say.
It's a great question. And in multiple iterations of writing of the monitoring report, one of the areas of focused acceleration that I had and then took out was just the importance of making certain that our families know that their voices are valued by sharing the feedback and how we intend to use the feedback to inform our work moving forward. And so while it might not be captured in this 100th version that you see here, please know that first and foremost, making certain that you saw this information in the data first. I appreciate you saying don't wait for us, and we value you as our board in making certain that you see this data and this information first, especially knowing the value that you have in hearing feedback and knowing and understanding the lived experiences of our families. So you are our first stop in sharing this baseline and important information from our families. So we are in conversations with our comms team to begin to figure out what a communication rollout plan would be. We've also talked a lot at the cabinet level and at the ALT level about what next steps for rolling this out and having our schools set priority goals around all of our 3 perception surveys, so our employees, our students, and our families. And so we do have plans to help our school leaders use that information to help inform and goal set for the upcoming school year. But Dr. Kim or other cabinet colleagues, if you have something to add.
Yeah, I would say you're dead on in terms of recognizing that we have an obligation and responsibility to our community to share information when we ask them to share their input with us. I would say the same thing about our staff and the same thing about our students. And so as we look at this, with the transition to a new instrument, we did take the time to really understand it, to really share it with you all, to share it with our building leaders, give them time to make meaning out of it, and ask them to share it with their staffs as well. And then we do have an intention of making this a part of how we communicate. This is part of our work and why this is a part of our work, and looking at Jeffco Thrives and looking at really our data literacy means this data too. It really does. So there's a look forward, and with the work that Jill and I are doing around data literacy, our intention to build you all a dashboard opportunity aligned to your monitoring reports and to your end statements, so that you have the opportunity to look at that, and then we figure out how do we provide the right altitude of data to our community so that we're really transparent in what that data tells us.
I think if it's a matter of us needing to be reflective of I didn't mean like don't share it with us. I mean, obviously we would like to see it too, but if it's a matter of thinking about like working backwards, when would the data be most impactful for SACs to have to be able to do some of the work they're doing, and then designing how that looks then in the more formal, like, so then when would the board need to see it if we want to be sort of that first processing point after there's an opportunity to go through the data, clean it up, figure out what, are those highlights and areas for focused acceleration, then I just would encourage us to do that so we can make it timely and relevant for students and families as our primary, I hate saying customer in public school settings, but stakeholder group. I'm like, the people, yes. Then I think that would be welcome.
When it's not a brand new instrument, I think we can tighten up our timeline for sure and make it better align.
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Sharing that urgency.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
I just wondered why in the monitoring report we don't have the data in there. So there's just a link.
It should be linked in the.
I just meant like if someone picks up the report, there's no data. It's just summaries. I think the report itself should have all the data in it, just as one thing. And then just another, when we do communicate back with families, I just know as a parent, we get so many emails, and the ones that I open are the ones from my school. Even as a board member paying a lot of attention, I just have to skip through those because there's so many. So if we're trying to communicate and send information back to parents, I would just say as much as we can, when the principals mostly or the school admins send the email weekly usually with stuff in it, and they're all different from the different schools. That's what I pay attention to and have time for, just some feedback.
Absolutely. I did want to just make mention that the survey tool itself does have some functionalities in which it creates heat maps where you can do kind of side-by-side comparison of the stakeholder groups. So looking at by grade level so you can look at school fit from a student perception side by side with family, school fit and their perception, and look at kind of some bright spots and areas for some focused acceleration within the tool itself. So I do believe it provides some of that robust data that you're looking for as well. And thank you for the feedback on the data piece. We really tried to think intentionally about the level of altitude, again, knowing that being this first year, first starting with the context of the tool and how data is measured, and allowing really more of that to sink in, and then creating multiple opportunities in the future to really dig in more explicitly, each of the five, especially in the panorama survey, the five focused topic areas, and potentially even adding to those for the future as well. So we have lots of ideas and urgencies on how to continue to capture and respond to the feedback that we gather. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments, Director Miller? I don't know if you had any other ones that you were holding off on.
No.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. I don't think you're going anywhere. So thank you. And now we move on.
Yes.
Our next agenda item is around a family partnership board resolution that we are. Oh, you know what then? Why don't we just do that? We'll take a 5-minute break if that's okay with everyone. And then we will start again. And we have a couple of more items before we'll take then another break. So we'll be back at 5 p.m. Thank you. All right, thanks everyone. Welcome back. We're going to continue on with our agenda, and our next agenda item up for study this afternoon, with the support again of Ms. Terrapena, Chief of Family, School, and Community Partnerships, is discussion around a draft resolution that is intended to help articulate the board's collective perspective on the critical role that families play in partnership with the district in the education of children and our students. And we recognize that shared responsibility to ensure thriving experiences for the diverse students and diverse families that we have in this district. And that, I think there is a priority around the educational experience of our students. And we all know, too, that public schools serve many other functions and purposes. And so this resolution is really meant to articulate what that partnership is from the board's perspective, and lay out some guidelines for how we can operate collaboratively, which we know is in the best interest of our students. The conversation that we just concluded around some of the data that Ms. Pena shared with us, and looking at some of the lower rated items that came through on that panorama survey around belonging, around difference being viewed as an asset for our students, even around, what is a motivating classroom lesson? What does that mean? Or how are we aligning activities that we're offering through our schools with the interests of our students? Like, all of this is really around how do we know by name, strength, and need the students that we have in our schools. And as a district, how can we really think about collaboration with all of our families and the feedback and interests that they share with us regarding their children to make the best decisions possible. So that's the starting point, and a little bit of context around how this resolution came to pass. And then following this discussion, that we will work with Ms. Pena to make any of the changes that are recommended by the board. And then this will come up for adoption potentially at the June 22nd meeting, depending on the will of the board. So with that, I don't know, Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add before we open up for discussion?
Just a simple and sweet thank you. Thank you for your commitment to this value. Thank you for partnering with our parents. And thank you for the encouragement and support of Ms. Pena's team and her work.
Great. So with that, we've all had an opportunity to review the draft resolution, which can be found in board docs for our stadium full of listeners at home. So I'll open it up for some conversation around strengths, areas of concern, any changes that you'd like to propose as a board, so we can get this into a place where it makes sense for us as a sort of our representation of our collective thought. And I'll turn, Director Miller, if you have anything you'd like to ask or comment about, I'll turn it over to you to open us up, since you're virtual tonight. You're welcome.
Thank you. It's kind of nice being virtual. You get to go first all the time.
I know. Special.
Special, very special. No, I really appreciate the work that was put forward in this. I just sent my one editorial comment in this morning, which was honored. So I appreciate that. One thing I do want to note is it's interesting that we have this resolution now and talking about hearing from different voices and wanting to ensure all voices are heard. And yet, in our budget, we only are allowing comments from those who are taxpayers in Jeffco, and we have a number of families that live in different living situations, and they are not taxpayers. And I don't know if that aligns with the resolution that we have right here. But I just want to put that out there when we talk about the budget and how this aligns with the resolution we're talking about this evening.
I see. So, Director Miller, you're saying for public comments specific to the budget, we only allow
Correct.
Taxpayers?
Taxpayers. Mm-hmm. And so if we have families that are not taxpayers, which I think we have a number of families across the district, then I think we have to figure out how that aligns with families and voices being heard.
Certainly. And Ms. Tollison, is that I'm going to put you on the spot. is that an internal district policy that we've adopted? Can you explain? Can you provide context for that,
No, and we
please?
are taking a look because there is a reference to that in terms of the formal budget hearing, in terms of who has the right to be heard. So Brenna's pulling that, though, in terms of other contexts in which people speak to those fiscal issues, there's not a limit. So we're going to find.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in the Colorado statute. And that just kind of resonated with what we're talking about right at this moment. And then we're talking about a budget in 2 more rounds. And I know our budget impacts all families.
I appreciate you bringing that up, and I see them diligently working over on the side here, so we can integrate that into further conversation. Director Parker, did you want to comment?
Yes, I just wanted to say that in my opinion, everybody who lives here is a taxpayer. We have sales tax, we have all kinds of other taxes. So I appreciate the emphasis on our free and reduced lunch and the families that have less and may not pay any real estate taxes. But anyway, I'm just kind of saying that I don't have a problem with the word taxpayer.
Okay, we'll get some additional clarification around the language in there, and thanks for bringing that up. While we're looking into that, were there any other comments or?
And Director Schooley, we do have some of that language. This is about the notice, the statutory notice for the budget hearing, right, that the board has. It is not intended to be sort of a prohibition of the general public speaking about budget and funding matters. And what it basically says is we've got to publish that specific notice, and the language that we use is straight from statute, where it talks about that the draft budget's available for inspection during business hours, and any person paying taxes in the district may file or register an objection thereto at any time prior to its adoption. And
So that could be sales tax, that could be.
Well, this is specific to school districts, right? This is part of Title 22, but.
Correct, but when they're saying taxpayer, what are they mean? I mean, they're meaning property tax? It didn't sound like you said
in
that.
the district and not to the district. So,
Well, it does say any person paying school taxes towards Jefferson County Public Schools. And maybe that was my misunderstanding, that it was a property tax, because sales tax, yes, when you buy a car, goes to Jeffco schools in some way, shape, or form. But I just wanted to flag it. That's all.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and we can give it another look, especially as we go through and are looking at some of the languages language changes that we may be making. Yeah, Director Reed.
Just on that particular note, if somebody's paying rent, part of that rent is going to property taxes, correct? I mean, generally speaking, one would assume that a landlord would include property taxes in setting rent. It just seems like that there are a number of ways that people might be paying taxes that wouldn't be immediately apparent.
It sounds like we need some clarification to make sure that that's accessible. Miss Copeland.
Yeah, and I believe I've said this in most of my presentations. Anyone is free to come and sign up for public comment at any time. We just have to put in the newspaper a notice that follows the language in statute, and so that's what we do. It's not intended to restrict other ways to address the board, etc.
Great. All right, thank you, Director Milligan. Director Reed.
Okay, and then not on that line. My concern is specifically how the whereas clauses are written, most of them. I think that sometimes we have situations in which groups of like parents are communicating like ideas and begin to assume that because the majority within their group feels a particular way, that is how parents feel about this or what parents want for their children. And we have diverse families in Jeffco and different people who want different things. And so I think it's important as we discuss this for people to understand it doesn't mean that every parent is going to get what they want, because there's no way to do that. And to, for people to understand that we really do have to look at the broad range that is out there. So I kind of feel like if we were to put some of that into the whereas clauses, it's already in the resolution itself. Because in point 2 in the resolution, we have Jeffco Public Schools acts in ways that are consistent with its responsibility to proactively seek viewpoints and perspectives from diverse families, guardians, and school communities. So that's important. But it would be really easy if you were just looking at those whereas clauses to sort of come to the conclusion of, I'm the parent and I will decide what, and especially around like some of the hotter topics that have come up lately, like language around trusted adults, that we definitely have parents who don't like that language and want it to specifically say parents and guardians. And we have other parents who are really excited to have trusted adults available to their children in case they don't feel comfortable broaching something. Or we have some parents who do not want their child to have access to a gender and sexuality alliance club that is confidential, and others who do want their child's confidentiality protected, even from the parents, if that's what the child wants. And so I think if we were to say, for example, in that second whereas clause, whereas diverse stakeholders in the school system, parents and families actively shape the future of Jeffco Public Schools. In the third whereas clause, if we were to say, whereas all parents, is this what I have? Hang on a second. I should have written the whole thing. I think I meant the fourth whereas clause. Whereas when all families and the district work together, students are more successful. And that would even encourage some parent groups to sort of listen to each other and listen to each other's concerns. And then the final whereas clause, again, without the district cannot effectively meet the diverse needs of students without ongoing and authentic collaboration with all parents and families. Just to really make sure that we're reinforcing that this does not automatically mean that individual parents will love every decision. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I think as Ms. Pena is taking notes, the intention, what I'm hearing, is to go in and refine the language to be more reflective of that this is really, the intention is partnership and a responsibility for listening and sort of respectful dialogue with all parents, which does not necessarily mean that the loudest voices, that's the foregone conclusion, that that's the outcome, but that our responsibility is to listen and to engage with all families and to take in that diversity of perspective around what's best for students and make decisions based on that. Yeah, said some. Okay. Other comments, questions, revisions that you would like to see before we think about it as a final version for a potential vote June 22nd? Yep, Director Barda.
I think one of the most important words in here is, or two words that we support. It supports accessible. I think this is so important in our family engagement strategy that we make these opportunities accessible for families, meaning we go to them. When we've done a lot of this, offer childcare, translation services. There was a point in public comment where it was after COVID and we said we won't do Zoom, and then we're like, no, let's do Zoom. So I just want to highlight that I think that is almost the most important part of all of this, that it just be available and accessible to anyone who wants to have a voice. So I'm not commenting on needing a change, but I just wanted to highlight, I think that piece is really critical.
Great, thank you. Any additional comments or questions before Ms. Pena takes it to fine tune it, and then it will return to us as a final draft, and we'll add it to June 22nd for a board adoption.
May I just ask a question about the all word, and then kind of echoing what Dr. Barda said?
Please.
when we put in words like all or every, I think we start to diminish its purpose, because we know we're not going to get all X thousands of parents. We're not going to get all X thousands. So parent, it kind of, I think the point that Dr. Barta makes, which is it's accessible to the parents and meaningful opportunities and being engaging and all the other things that I believe Tara brought up before about our outreach efforts to parents and partnerships. I think that is inclusive, and I don't want to say we're going to get it 100% right, because I don't think we can. I mean, we're going to try, but I don't think we're going to get all or 100%, covered, unless it just is it's a very daunting word.
So, Director Miller, what I'm hearing then is that, I think that the intention around what Director Reed, stop me, I don't want to talk for you, but was suggesting is to make sure that the language is amended somehow to reflect that we have a wide range of parents, guardians, families, and students in this district. And the intention is to really be able to make sure that we're providing accessible opportunities to hear from the diversity of thought that exists in this district. So if Ms. Pena, and I don't know if Ms. Rulo is looking at this too, but can work with some of that language that balances that, the intention is to make all of this engagement accessible to that range of families and students that exist, and their names and strengths and needs that we're trying to know, and then brings that draft back to us.
Okay, and I don't disagree, but I do think the language meets the diverse needs of students without ongoing authentic collaboration with parents and families, do what's best for students, work with respectful partnership, and then right back into it says supports accessible and meaningful opportunities for their children's experiences, academic. I understand the wordsmithing. I just want to make sure that we're not promising something that we're not going to be able to do.
Sure. Yeah. Director Reed?
I do that just as I stuffed a piece of cookie in my mouth. Did you notice how smooth that was? And I'm okay with but however we need to wordsmith it. But the thing I am most concerned about is having parents misunderstand and think that this will mean that if we don't do what an individual parent or even a group of parents wants, because there is another group of parents or guardians who want something different, that we're not holding true to this resolution. I worry when it looks like we are elevating, hey, we're going to listen to you, when there are going to be times that listening does not translate into the action that you might want or expect. So however we might be able to elevate that a little bit more in the whereas clauses, that piece that is at the very end, and that's my concern, is that it's at the very end that it's, talking about proactively seeking viewpoints from diverse families, providing options, to make it a little clearer even at the beginning that that's a really important fundamental piece of this.
All right. Ms. Pena, no, I know, I can see you over there scribbling, so I just want to make sure you feel like you have clarity around what the board's looking for in terms of tweaks. And then we'll have an opportunity to discuss again once the next version is presented to us prior to us adopting anything. Is there any other kind of not just like big topics that folks want to bring up or fundamental problems that we would need to know about now before Ms. Pena takes this to amend it? Oh, Ms. Parker?
Yep.
Director Parker?
I just want to say that I'm happy with it. So for what it's worth, thank you.
Great way to end that. Lovely. Wonderful. Thank you. Then thanks very much for continuing.
Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you and for all you do.
All right. Okay, so we will be moving on now to an opportunity to receive information, including recommendations of both district staff and district accountability committee, and engage in discussion around the Alexandria School of Innovation, ASI, and the John Dewey Institute, JDI, charter applications in advance of the June 22nd, 2023 vote by the board. On March 15th, the board received charter school applications for the following schools: ASI West Lakewood, Jeffco PK through 14, JDI West Lakewood Jeffco PK through 14, ASI Leiden Rock Jeffco PK through 14, and JDI Leiden Rock Jeffco PK through 14. In accordance with District Policy LBD, charter schools, and as outlined in 1 CCR 308-88 State Board Rules for Charter Schools Authorizers, the 3 core principles of charter authorizing are to maintain high standards for schools that we authorize, honor charter autonomy, and protect students and the public interest through accountability and oversight. Additionally, a representative from the District Accountability Committee is present tonight to address the DAC's recommendation on this topic. And we thank you from the board to the DAC for your work and your insight undertaken in order to prepare for the recommendation. So before I hand this over to Ms. Tollison, Dr. Kim, is there anything you would like to add?
I know Superintendent Dorland would want me to express our gratitude for the partnerships that we have with our charter schools and families. I also want to thank members of Team Jeffco who were involved in this robust process. There were many staff members as well as DAC members that participated within this process. And finally, just a thank you to our applicant for their interest in Jeffco.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, members of the board. Good afternoon, or maybe it counts as evening at this point, but it's still light outside, so I'm going to choose afternoon. So as Dr. Kim noted, we're talking about a substantial team effort from Team Jeffco, as well as a lot of legwork from the DAC. I and Mr. McMillan probably have the easier jobs, and then in a lot of ways, we are here just shepherding their hard work before you as you study and review these applications. The actual, particularly from the district staff review, the actual review and recommendation came from subject matter experts in a variety of fields, and they were assisted by an external consultant who's an expert in charter authorizing, and we're really here to just provide the framework for presenting those materials to you. So that means, if, at least in terms of staff review, if you have a substantive question about the recommendation, about something said in the rubric, any of that, we will need to carry that back to the folks that have the expertise in the area where they undertook that review, because that was not ours. And I am not seeing this up on the screen. Yes. It's, I believe it is, yeah, it's in the materials. What's it titled, Tom? I don't have it in front. Oh, ASI and JDI. Ah, there you go. All right. Good deal. And, all right. Good deal. First, just a quick overview of the process that was undertaken. We had 2 applicants. One's Alexandria School of Innovation, and the other's John Dewey Institute, and each requesting 2 locations. So that's why you'll see it as 4 applications, but really 2 sets of recommendations, rubrics, and so forth, because the only difference between the applications, for example, for Alexandria School of Innovation, is that they are talking about different locations. At some point here in a couple of slides, I'll turn it over to Jeff Balcom here from the DAC, and I'm very grateful for their work. They undertook their own process really quite autonomously, and their recommendation is also in the materials. You all may remember from our presentation just about how this process works that we talked about at the last meeting, that generally there is a statutory timeline for you to act within 90 days after an application is received. I want to thank the board of both ASI and JDI for allowing us a modest extension from that 90-day window, because as you know, your June board meeting has been scheduled for June 22nd, and that's when these will be on your agenda for action. So we'll talk a little bit about the staff process, and then we'll let Mr. Balcom tell you about the DAC process. And otherwise, the materials are available for you, and if you've got additional needs before June 22nd, you can pass that on to us, and we'll get them handled. Our staff review included a review team with subject matter experts from a variety of areas, as well as an outside reviewer. Then they reduced their recommendation to writing and discussed it with Cabinet that approved it on. There's also the completed rubric that aligns to the application and gives ratings in a bunch of content areas. All of those materials are in board docs. The staff recommendations as to both schools and both locations is denial, and the factual basis for that is set forth both in a memo and then in the rubric that really details the findings they made or the concerns they had and so forth in each of those substantive areas. And then at the end, you'll see there's an overall rating and a supporting narrative. Again, the scale that is used in the staff rubric is in the slides too. It's really about the level of robust development or not in the application. And for Alexandria School of Innovation, they generally found that just a consensus that the areas of focus, and a lot of these are from both our application policy and from statute, were inadequately developed to anticipate that the school would open. Ratings for John Dewey Institute are nearly identical. And at this moment, I will turn it over to Mr. Balcom. You'll see the statute where it really does prescribe a role for as a voice of the additional voice of the community to have the DAC review and weigh in on these things.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank everyone here for allowing the DAC to participate. We are always encouraged at the DAC when we have this opportunity to meet with you all and actually have these direct conversations with you. It actually means a lot to the DAC and supports, I think, with a goal you guys mentioned earlier, which is more engagement and more effort from our committee. So our team. So thank you for this. I think real simple. I would just to kind of describe the process. Again, we as the DAC subcommittee for charter schools met on 2 separate occasions, in addition to a number of email chains that went out with regards to this process. The first meeting, really talked about the application and worked through it. We developed a number of questions that were then submitted to JDI and ASI for their feedback. We were very appreciative for them for the responses that they were able to give to us. I also was in on the interview conversation, the direct interviewing conversation with the ASI team when they came here in town. And ultimately, our committee of 9, including 2 charter school members, as well as myself, who has 9 years of charter school experience, we did come to we came to the exact same recommendation to deny the applications at this time. And for very similar reasons. We felt that most of the areas were either underdeveloped or did not have enough supporting information to allow us to really either have a good way to judge where this application would land in terms of the impact on our students and our district, but also, I think that's kind of it really. So I could go through the bullet points you can read here, but essentially you can read them. But effectively, it was again a lot of underdeveloped and a lot of uncertainty in terms of the application of where they would go and how they would move forward. Certainly open to any questions.
Okay. One of the things I got to reuse my slide here. The board has to approve or deny the application by written resolution. And then if you approve, it triggers a 90-day period to negotiate a charter contract. Denial requires you to state your reasons, because the reasons for your denial would be the basis for any appeal to the State Board of Education, which statute provides for. Given this obligation, and so you all can give different direction to me because this is ultimately your decision, but so that we would have some sort of a draft for the next meeting, my expectation would be to take some combination of the two recommendations and the findings contained therein and embed them in the draft, so you'd have a starting place. It's unfortunately, it makes your job a little harder, right? You don't just get to act by one sentence motion. And so that is my plan, and it's certainly not intended to be dictating your decision. It's just aligning where both the recommendations came down, and seems like the place to start. Any questions or concerns about that approach? All right.
Okay. All right. So we have an opportunity. Was that your last slide? Did I just cut you off?
That is my last slide. I
Terribly
should have
rude of me.
had one with the dog or something at the end, but
Yes. They know I have. Yes. Okay. So questions or comments, clarification about process, next steps. Director Miller, is there anything you would like to ask?
Yes, thank you. First of all, to the DAC and the committee. I know that these are time intensive and review, and there was a lot of documentation that was included and sent forward, and so I really appreciate the effort. I also appreciate that we had 2 charter members or members of charter schools that participated. I think that's important to make sure that we have individuals that actually are active in charter schools be on this review committee, because I think that gives us a lot of credence and legitimacy in the review process as well. I don't have any I don't have any questions. I respect the decisions and recommendations of both the DAC and the internal team, and I look forward to language that might be afforded to us to start with, Julie, as you suggested.
All right, thank you, Director Miller. Any other? Yep, Director Parker.
Thank you so much for all the work the DAC puts into these charter reviews. One of the questions I had when we had the presentation last month was my concern about the fact that the funding is really contingent upon the outcome of some litigation that's still ongoing. So my question is, what would happen if we would say, yes, we accept this charter application when the funding is not there yet? And I don't know, most charters we put in for 5 years or something. How do you write it if, in my opinion anyway, nothing would happen for I don't know how long until some money is found?
No, that's a great question. And generally, you'll see a couple of different things happen. DPS has used a system that, frankly, is less familiar to me, where they sort of approve an application and then they shelve it until the person sort of wants to activate it. There are a lot of reasons that I find that seems fraught, but I know it exists. More commonly, what you'd see is conditional applications, right? The charter's approved so long as you've got certain amount of money in the bank by a milestone date. For example, if they're proposing next year's year 0 because we want to build a school, you'd set a threshold that they had to meet by August. That's another option. So there's a bunch of different ways to go there. I think the harder part with the financial issue was flagged by both review teams is that there's not litigation. A notice of claim is a precursor, like you have to submit it to say, I'm going to sue you. That's sort of the notice it gives for these reasons, and here's how much I'm going to ask for. But then it has to be followed by a successful lawsuit. So, at best, that's a lengthy proposition.
Are you aware of any charters that, you talked about the ones that are kind of shelved, but are you aware of any instances where a charter school just really never got off the ground after it was approved?
Yeah, there was a fairly recent one. In fact, there was a charter application at DPS, a school called 5280, that was really emphasizing serving African American students. The local board originally denied it and went to the state board, and they reversed it and remanded it back, and they went ahead and approved the charter, but then the school just didn't meet its enrollment benchmarks to ensure that it was going to be fiscally sound, so they wound up choosing not to open. I'm sure there's other examples. That just happens to pop into my head because it's fairly recent.
Yep, Director Reed.
Well, so I didn't know about that. So I'm going to ask about our district and our precedents. Have we approved charters that way ahead of time that don't have funding or don't have proof of family intention to enroll, or those like really fundamental pieces? Has Jefferson County approved a charter before pending those things?
I certainly don't have the historical frame of reference to answer that. Mr. McMillan might know more than I do, or maybe Mr. Balcom.
Thank you, Director Reed. It would be, as Ms. Tollison refers to, a year zero kind of a situation where you feel that a charter applicant does have the plan in place, does have sufficient evidence of demand from the community and from parents and students supporting that. But it's not uncommon for a charter to be approved with a year zero to say, these milestones need to be put in place before the school can actually open. In my experience in Jeffco, we have not done that. We've had, for the charters that were about to open, there was sufficient evidence of demand, there was sufficient plan for a facility, those kinds of things. So it can happen. It has happened in other places. But in my experience here, we have not gone that direction.
Any other questions for our colleagues here? Okay. Thank you again for your work. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your work. We appreciate the feedback and on the time you've put into honoring these applications and the insight you've given us. Thank you. And Mr. Balcom, please thank your committee, your participants. I know that you're representing them, but please give them our gratitude. Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, we are going to move along. Just yell at me if anyone needs break. I have a steamroller approach tonight. So we're going to move on to our next agenda item. This board is particularly interested in this presentation on Fletcher Miller School design and the team's progress toward a location and design that best addresses the unique needs of Miller students. This topic will be presented by Mr. Polero, Chief Student Success Officer, and Mr. Supas. No, I'm like, wait a minute, that's wrong one here. Okay, well, and friends, I'll just put that. Everyone can introduce themselves. There is no immediate consent agenda item for the board's approval, so this really is to review timeline, next steps, and to make sure that the board is continuing to get updates on this very exciting agenda item. So welcome, friends. And is there anything, Dr. Kim, you'd like to add before we turn it over?
No, we do know that this is an interest area for our board. We appreciate the commitment to our student population that we serve at Fletcher Miller. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Polero.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, President Schooley, Deputy Superintendent, distinguished members of our board. For members of our audience listening, my name is Matt Polero, and I'm your Chief Student Success Officer. And presenting with me this evening are, and we'll start with Josh down there and then go this way.
Sorry, first time. Josh Wickler. I'm the Assistant Principal at Fletcher Miller School.
I'm Jeff Gatlin, the Chief Operating Officer. Tim Reed, Executive Director of Facilities and Construction Management.
All right, and we are going to continue sharing with you our vision for the future of Fletcher Miller, which, as you know, is a very special and unique school in Jeffco, serving a wonderful group of diverse and exceptional learners. And so our presentation this evening will include a review of the design process to date. We'll present the design that best addresses the unique needs of our students. We'll share next steps and a tentative timeline, and we'll preview funding options for your consideration. But before we get into our agenda, I just want to take another opportunity to thank our design advisory group, who spent a significant amount of time investing in kind of a shared vision for the future of Fletcher Miller. Some of them are sitting in our audience this evening, so I'm glad that they are here with us. All right, so to provide some context for tonight's presentation, I just want to begin by summarizing the events that have unfolded over this past year and that's led up to kind of this moment in time tonight. So as I mentioned, during previous meetings, we began this process in August, starting by taking a virtual tour of 2 contemporary schools that serve a similar population of students. And ultimately, the purpose of these tours was to essentially ignite kind of the creative process for our design advisory to really envision and imagine what could be in a new design for Fletcher Miller. Additionally, our design firm spent some time in our school understanding kind of the experience of our students, staff, and parents, and engaging with stakeholders, making observations, so on and so forth, so that they could really delve into the day-to-day experiences of different stakeholder groups. They also spent some time conducting a pretty significant interview process prior to the start of our design advisory group, which provided invaluable information to that process. Beginning from August to September, we had approximately 4 design advisory meetings where that team prioritized goals and really started to shape the vision for an optimal design for Fletcher Miller. In addition to our DAG meetings, school leaders, including Josh and Julie, myself, Tim, and other district leadership met before, during, and after each meeting to plan accordingly. Moving into January, we extended an invitation to our Board of Education to take a tour of Fletcher Miller. Many of you were able to attend that opportunity. And really our hope was that we'd be able to provide you with a firsthand understanding of the teaching and learning conditions of Fletcher Miller today, so that you could leverage that experience as you work through your decision-making process for the future of our school. Furthermore, in March, myself, Julie Osborne, and Josh, we presented to the Capital Asset Advisory Committee the same presentation that you received in March regarding our feasibility study. We also took that group on a tour of Fletcher Miller so that they could gain invaluable insight into the same experience that you had. And that really served as an opportunity for them to ask questions, seek clarity around our vision, and also provide us some feedback on the process at that point in time. So just to recap, the design advisory prioritized the following goals in a new design: maximize learning time by decreasing time spent on personal care and travel between spaces, creating a fun and welcoming environment that reflects Fletcher Miller's culture as a family and community, developing spaces that integrates family and community involvement, provide a variety of spaces that support a greater diversity of learning activities and modalities, create an environment that supports educators and care providers in meeting the diversity of student needs, and taking into consideration the future shifts in operations, care directives, and support technology to ensure that the future of Fletcher Miller can successfully support students both now and in the future. And so to achieve this, our design advisory identified critical programming adjacencies or programming relationships that would best meet the needs of our students based on their unique needs, but also in light of today's challenges with the existing facility. So that all leads up today. And so when we met in March, we heard from you that you support a design that best meets the needs of our students. And we believe that option to be building a new Fletcher Miller on the existing site. And while that may be the most or highest cost option, we believe it is the option that best meets the needs of our students. It meets all of the goals that the design advisory prioritized, and we believe is the best long-term investment for the district. So there are probably some other pros listed up here or not listed up here, but without further ado, I'd like to present to you the future of Fletcher Miller. A state-of-the-art facility that will serve today and future generations of our students, designed with their unique needs in mind, including multiple entry points to honor the dignity and I would say the dignity of our various age groups from preschool all the way through secondary. In your appendix, you have a lot more visual aids. The visual aids are really there to illustrate the different entry points for the different age groups. So for example, this is the front entryway or the main entrance. Lighthouse has its own entryway. As we shared with you before, this also includes a floor plan that addresses all the different goals that the design advisory had prioritized. Nothing new here, but what you haven't seen, what you'll see for the first time, is an example of our K-12 classroom that not only will provide a space for instructional excellence to occur, it also provides space for our staff to meet the wide range of personal care and nursing care services that our students require in a place that will also allow students to maximize instructional time because we've eliminated transitions. So just to kind of walk you through this concept, you see 2 classrooms that are joined together by an office and a food prep space. The office is really for our students who maybe need some one-on-one time with, say, an occupational therapist, physical therapist, speech language pathologist, or other type of related service provider. It also serves for some kind of joint collaboration between 2 classrooms or 2 teachers. Our food prep area, a lot of our students are not oral eaters. They require G-tube feedings, things of that nature. So this allows us a space to take care of those type of needs right then and there rather than going down to a cafeteria, which right now is an underutilized space at Fletcher Miller. We also have what is called a Peace Center. So that's the PC there you see in the corner of each classroom. And the Peace Center is a place for a student who maybe has experienced a seizure and needs a little bit of time to recoup. It's a place where the student can go, rest, recover, and get right back to instruction. Right now, a lot of our students have to transition down to the health clinic office. As you know, that's in the front of the school, so that takes time. So then they end up missing quite a bit of instructional time. So the Peace Center is something that we felt was essential in this design. And I think the teachers will be very pleased to know that they'll have adequate storage for all of the assistive technology and devices that our students require to meet their needs. It will no longer be stored in our hallways, which from my perspective presents somewhat of a safety hazard. But it'll be readily available for our staff to get the tools that they need when they need them to support our students in the classroom. And then it may seem like a small thing, but it is a very significant thing, and that is the space within the classroom to address personal care needs related to changing and toileting. Right now, our students go to various parts of the school to get those types of needs met. Often there is a line. We have those spaces built into the classrooms or close to the classrooms to eliminate that transition time and to get students back into their classrooms for instruction. And then what you may not see in this picture, what you can kind of see with the doorways, is we have much wider hallways and wider spaces for students to either navigate independently or with support in and out of the classroom. Right now, those spaces are tight. Equipment can be not problematic, but it can be big and bulky. Yeah, thank you for that word. So that is the optimal design for our classroom. And so with that said, the approximate cost of elementary school all-in construction budget is around $22 million or $300 per square foot. And given that Miller serves a highly specialized population, it requires highly specialized features that ultimately are going to drive up some of those costs. So you think about things like maximizing accessibility with wider doorways, wider hallways, wider playground pathways, things of that nature, in addition to a lot more plumbing because of the kind of personal care toileting additions that are built into some of the classrooms throughout the school. You also think about when you visited, it was, I think, a snowy day, and you were able to see that outside our students are exposed to the elements. So part of this plan includes that bus canopy that would help shelter our students from those elements. So those are the things that will ultimately drive up the cost on this project. And Tim can certainly elaborate if you have questions related to cost on that front. But we also know that there'll be inflationary pressures that will drive up the cost of this project. So before we get into potential funding options that you might consider for this project, I'm going to hand off to Tim to walk you through kind of what we would propose as next steps and tentative timelines.
Thank you, Matt. Good evening. So we've developed a preliminary timeline that would, assuming we're allowed to continue with the architectural development, that would carry us to into the fall with more or less a fairly final design to meet with you in September or October and present that. We should also have some pretty solid cost estimates at that time as well, because we'll certainly well developed the drawings. We were looking at putting it out on the street for pricing around January or so in 2024, so it'd be the first quarter of 2024. And then as soon as the ground thaws, then we would break ground, so that would likely be in late February, early March. And we would look to close the existing Miller in the spring of 2025 and begin the demolition of that building. And then in the fall of 2025, we would have the new facility ready to open. So that is kind of a rough timeline in terms of how we see this project moving forward. Any questions?
You guys can keep rolling, and then we can ask. I'm sure there'll be something will come up.
I'm sure there will.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
All right. So here's some potential funding sources that you might consider for moving this project forward. And so the project could be funded through one or more of these methods. So I would want to emphasize that it doesn't have to be one. It could be a combination of things. But unallocated capital improvement funds, available in one of three places: one-time use of fund balance, of course, the sale or lease proceeds from existing facilities, new revenue that the district might incur, and of course, certificates of participation or other private financing. And of course, I have our incredible CFO, Brenna, over here, who could probably expand on specific details if you have questions about those options. Oh, she's not here right now. That's okay. But we could.
Blair would just like to note that Ms. Copeland's not present.
I can always do my best to answer those questions. But so ultimately, that is our brief presentation, and we welcome your comments, questions, reactions.
Great. Thank you all so much for continuing to come before the board and keep this prioritized for us. So I'll open it up. Yep, Director Barta.
Thank you, and very exciting to see that. On the slide that had the maximum optimal, that one, design, the price there, is that for the current property design or the optimal?
Oops. So what we've looked at is, or what I've done is I've taken the three new replacement buildings that we've done: Marchdale, Prospect Valley, and Kendrick Lakes, because they all have similarities to what we're going to do here. They're built on an existing site. There's demolition costs built into their project, and then there's extensive site work and site reclamation for those. So, and those projects all came in around anywhere from $15 to $17 million in terms of the low bid, and in terms of their construction cost per square foot, they have run at just a little bit over $300 a square foot for the construction cost. I have received some cost information from a firm that does construction cost estimating, and they cover the Denver metro area. And since these projects were bid through the first quarter of 2023, there's been approximately 15% increase in construction costs. So if we were to build those three schools today, we would be looking at roughly $348 a square foot. So using that criteria and then trying to look forward in terms of inflation, plus the enhancements that this building would result in, I've added an additional 12% to the cost of the per square foot that we're looking at. So from a construction standpoint, we're estimating at about $385 a square foot. And at 66,000 square feet, that's roughly $25,500,000. All in other words, for a project cost that includes fees and survey costs and all of the what we call soft costs, we'd be looking at about $30 million for the all-in project. And then we've added another $820,000 for FF&E to get to kind of a grand total of roughly 3.8 or $30.8 million.
Thank you, because that did seem a little low, I thought, and so I think we should update that slide.
Well, this is just
Anyway, so it says yesterday's dollars, which I didn't notice until you were.
well, but it relates strictly to the elementary school too, and that's not what we're built. This is kind of this is a hybrid. So I mean, there's a lot of components that relate to elementary or to school type construction, but there's going to be some enhancements in there that will increase the price.
Thanks for clarifying.
And does this just, and sorry, Director Miller, I normally was starting with you just because of the Zoom, but I'll ask a quick question and go to you. Is the student capacity the same as it is now? Was that the intention with the new build, even though the square footage is bigger, that just accounts for bigger spaces?
It'll actually allow us to have more students. It will certainly accommodate the number of students we have today, but up to 150 potentially, depending on the students' needs and some other factors. But yes, it allows space to grow. We won't have empty classrooms, if that's a question you have.
No, I was actually going the opposite direction with if this, as it moves forward, I can just anticipate that there may be families that would be very interested in having their students come to such a wonderful accommodating facility for their students' needs, especially given its location, building on the current site, because it's just so accessible right off 6th. And so I was actually thinking of it in the opposite direction, like, what if there's more need? But
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure the capacity wasn't going down.
Yeah, and that was part of when we met as a design advisory that I put out there, that we would certainly want to have a facility that could potentially open its doors and be a potential revenue stream for the district. But we, even without a new facility, periodically have families that reach out who want to come visit Miller, want their students to go to Miller, inside our state, outside our state. It's pretty impressive. So I would anticipate that once the word gets out and this building is there, that we will likely see more of that.
Director Miller, do you have comments or questions you'd like to ask, since I rudely skipped over you?
Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you. I had thought when we were talking about Prospect Valley a couple of months back, it was closer to a $500 per square foot all in. And maybe I have to go back and look at my notes, but it seems like we are under what the market is. So I really think understanding what that dollar per square foot is critical for us as a board to really work through, what we think that we can afford, what the add-ons are that, we are the nice to haves versus the must haves. I think, that's important for us to understand. And I also appreciate all of the components that you've added, the additional cost for the specialized school. That helps us understand why those costs would be varied from maybe a traditional school. So thank you very much for that, Tim and Matt. I appreciate it. But I really do want to understand what that cost really is, because there's a very big difference from $348 a square foot up to $500 a square foot in what we can afford. The other question I have is, if you go to the funding sources on page 14, and you said, Matt, that, or maybe it was Tim, I can't remember, that we could use different funding sources. So let's just say hypothetically, all-in costs for the build is $35 million. The demolition is another $1.5 million or $2 million. I don't know, with all the asbestos and other things. It's a very old school, and what we would have to pay for it to be demolished and stuff taken away. Have you all talked about, say, for example, using a portion of the fund balance, using potentially some bond proceeds, and then certificates of participation? I mean, are you looking at what the overall lowest cost would be so that we could afford maybe all the lovely accoutrements we would like to have?
Hi, it's Brenna, Chief Financial Officer. Hi, Susan. I can't see you, but thanks for the great question. So we have not done a detailed analysis yet. I think, as you well know, market conditions drive the cost of capital. And since we're looking at potentially pricing this in a November timeframe, October, November, that's really the best moment to start to truly evaluate options. Plus, we will have closed out this past fiscal year and have a better sense for overall fund balance, as well as future other capital plans. So I think your question is well aimed at, yes, this is the type of analysis we need to do in the coming months, but we haven't done that yet.
Okay. That is something I think we would like to see. I think, at least from my perspective, I know that this building has been around for almost 60 years now, and or more. Matt, I can't remember exactly what the date on this was, the construction, but we know that our buildings are going to be around for another 50 or 60 years. And so when we start to think about what this is going to cost and what we really want to make sure our students have, and that if this is something that truly is, not that we don't invest in other schools for long periods of time, but this is truly a specialty school that warrants, I think, deeper thought about how it's going to serve into the future, with changing mechanicals and equipment and things like that. So thank you, Brenna. I look forward to the magic and figuring out how we can build the state of the art with the different components of financings that are at our fingertips.
Director Miller, do you have any other questions or comments that you wanted to put out on the table?
No, I'll wait. No, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Other board members, anything for our friends here? Yep, Director Parker.
I just want to say I'm so excited that we've identified the best path to go down. I look forward to getting the details on how much it's going to cost. I appreciate the level of volatility that you're dealing with, and hope we can be really creative in coming up with the funds that we need for it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all so much. We really appreciate it. Welcome, Mr. Gatlin. Brand new. Well, at least 2 weeks old now at this point, but welcome. And thanks for your continued work to make this happen. All right. Okay. So our last agenda item, I think, unless someone's lied to me. Yep. Our last agenda item for this evening is reserved for the board to receive and consider any necessary updates to the 23-24 proposed budget as compared to the proposed budget that was presented May 3rd, 2023. The public is invited to view the 23-24 proposed budget, which is presented for public view in board docs, and it's also available on the Finance and Budget webpage on the district's website. Any person, this is the language. Okay. I'm going to skip that for now since it caused a problem earlier. Do I have to read it? Great. Okay. Members of the public were invited to address the board in person at the May 11th, 2023 regular board meeting. And currently, the board plans to vote on adopting the 23-24 budget at the June 22nd regular meeting of the board. And so we have Mr. Simmons and Ms. Copeland here to join us. Welcome. Well, we have Mr. Simmons here. How's it going?
Going well. How about yourself?
Good. This is our chit chat time. We're just waiting for Ms. Copeland to come back. Did you have a good summer so far?
So far, so good.
Okay, good. Oh, hi, Ms. Copeland. Okie dokie. Dr. Kim, is there anything you'd like to add before we move on?
No, thank you.
I'm good.
No one wants my chit chat now. Okay, Ms. Copeland, we will turn it over to you.
Great. Members of the board, Director Miller, good to see you this evening, and we will get going. So again, the purpose of tonight is largely to highlight any changes that have happened since we were last in front of you May 3rd. So you'll hear us refer to that several times. And the big things that have changed is the School Finance Act was finalized and negotiations were concluded. And there are a few minor refinements. So tonight's presentation builds on some of our past ones. It's not sort of a full presentation of the entire budget because we're really focused on the changes. On this side, I just wanted to make a couple notes. June is a budget, and it is the one we adopt, but it's also an estimate, and it has a bunch of variables in it that really drive both revenue and expense, but particularly revenue, that we can't control. So we don't know yet our enrollment and our funded count exactly, and that matters. We don't know necessarily what collections rate we'll have for local taxes, and that impacts us. So again, there things will shift, and we expect that to happen. So we do make it a practice to come back in January for a revised budget. That's also a practice that CDE encourages school districts to do because it gives us a better starting point for the following year's budget, right? So expect to see us again. Great. And then lastly, this is a question that comes up a lot is how is it that the district, budgets a certain amount of money and a certain amount gets spent? I do want to point out that we facilitate a budget process. We do not drive the decision-making behind spending the dollars all year long. There are literally hundreds of people in this district who have significant budgetary authority, who make day-to-day decisions about what to buy, when to buy, whether to fill a vacancy, et cetera, that we have no control over. So we do try and set the guardrails, and that's really the purpose of this. Is it's a planning document that's guardrails for the people with that decision-making authority, and it's an estimate, but that's all it is. On we go. Here's our agenda. There's a few things on it. We'll have several slides in here to help orient where we are when. So I'm going to skip this for now. Here is the budget calendar, the Wheel of Fun and Fortune. So one note, we are up there in June in the adopted budget, and you see out after this, July, August, finalized department allocations, and then a September amended budget if necessary. We do not think that we will need an amended budget. We did that last year only because negotiations had not fully concluded by this time. So it will not be necessary. And then in terms of finalizing allocations, the system that we have built and the budget detail that we will present and bring forward in all the Excel files, whatnot, really has the allocations pretty well set. So we don't have to retool that in July or August. So Mr. Sammons has already accomplished that for us, which is wonderful. Here we are again, orienting to the various different times we've come and spoken with the board. So for anyone in the public who's tuning in for the first time tonight, we've been talking about budget many times over the past couple months. It's my favorite subject. And then just a reminder, in total, the proposed budget that we brought forward May 3rd was balanced in terms of the general fund revenue and total expenditures, including transfers, both equaling approximately $906 million. I do think we've rounded that by $7,000. The expenses, the revenue assumptions at that time were $150 million in statewide buy-down factor or buy-down of the BS factor, as well as approximately $10,230 per student in total program funding. Yep. And then these are some of the assumptions which subsequently have been revised. So that's why we're kind of regrounding us, and this is what we presented. Those numbers should look the same. And off we go. And Mr. Sammons is going to talk you through our revenue.
Thank you, Brenna. I'm getting oriented again. It's over here now. Gotcha. Okay. Makes more sense. Okay, so we're going to jump right into the revenue. As Brenda had mentioned earlier, it's mostly of the changes that have occurred to the proposed budget presentation. Okay. From the proposed budget presentation in May, revenue projections have increased just under $5 million due to two adjustments that were made in the School Finance Act. These two adjustments are, one, the budget stabilization buy-down changed from $150 million to $180 million. And number two, the additional language to hold schools districts harmless for the methodology changes of the at-risk allocation. There was also a decrease that adjusted the miscellaneous fees line by $1.2 million to account for the allocation of interest earnings directly into the Capital Reserve Fund. With the additional budget stabilization buy-down and the at-risk hold harmless language, the per pupil rate is increasing to $10,320, an increase of 10.4% from FY 22-23. But due to the declining enrollment, total program funding is only increasing 6.7% from FY 22-23. This trend is going to continue as growth rates, the per pupil growth rates being higher than the total program rates will continue in the future as enrollment continues to decline. The district's share of total program will be $697 million after removing the charter share of total program and the anticipated uncollectible rate on property taxes. Here's a table that is showing a walkthrough on how the budget office calculates the district share from the total Jeffco program allocation. Also, for reference, on slide 49 in the appendix is a comparison and crosswalk on the differences between the state's forecasted total program revenue for Jeffco and that compares our forecasted amount of $789 million. So in total, the 23-24 general fund revenue is projected to increase $55.4 million from FY 22-23, which is a 6.5% overall increase. So everything else we've been presenting here has been about the general fund for the revenue side. So we wanted to talk about a little bit about the other funds revenue that's coming into the district. So with this, we want to point out the expansion of the pre-K and Healthy Meals for All programming. The other funds revenue will increase by over $18 million. So please note, though, that the additional revenue within these funds, the expenses are also going to increase with expanded programming. Okay, I'm going to pass back over to Brendan to talk through the expenses. Thank you.
Great. And I'm just going to go back one slide for a second just to quantify the increases here. And we've taken out transfers. So we're not thinking about what are some of the transfers into these funds. It's really just what's additional revenue coming into the fund, separate from whatever's flowing into the general fund. So early childhood as a standalone is increasing by almost 60%. So that's a really substantial investment in our 4-year-olds, and we're expanding programming, increasing the number of seats, et cetera. So we're really, really grateful and excited about that. I think a lot of what I'm about to talk through is the expenditure side, and I'll be talking through some cuts. So I just wanted to emphasize we are actually growing and expanding program in that area, as well as the food nutrition services area, where, again, the increasing forecasted revenue is about a 30% increase based on how we think things will shake out in our first year of implementation. Now, that's also an estimate. There's things that can change, but we're very excited about that. And I know my colleagues in food nutrition services are going to do a great job of serving more meals, employing more folks, buying more food, doing all the things associated with expanding our meal service. So with that, I'm going to go right back into budgetary reductions and reground us in kind of how did we get to where we are today. So from FY 23 to 24, we have removed about $20 million in recurring, I may as well sit right in front of it, in recurring expenditures and reduced the budgeted transfer from general fund to the capital reserve fund by $7 million. Now, this is data we've shared in the past, but it really does mean that, this year's revised budget was using up to 32.5 million in fund balance, right? We had to go through all these budgetary adjustments, reductions, cuts in order to almost get back to zero, so that we could take our additional revenue and invest it in compensation and in a handful of new initiatives and in increasing utility bills, right? So we did quite a bit of work just to get back to level, so that we could then enter into the planning for next year. So I just wanted to highlight that. And we've presented this data, and I think sometimes in retrospect, I wish I had presented it slightly different. But so I did want to clarify a couple things about staffing and how that has changed from the FY23 budgeted FTEs to the FY24 budgeted FTEs. So we shared previously, and it's also in page 40 of your proposed, I'm sure you all brought yours, your proposed budget. We presented that there was a total year-over-year FTE decrease among those positions that we do budget for on an FTE basis of about 178 folks. And this number is slightly updated from what's in the proposed. That's across all different categories of employment. So that includes, for example, the fact that through school consolidations, we have approximately 15 fewer principals, right? So that number is in the 178. It also includes any classified staff that are budgeted as an FTE, which does include positions like a financial secretary, right? And custodians. Yep. So a handful of our classified staff are budgeted as FTEs and are reflected in that number. So that number is by no means just one area. It's administrative, it's operations, it's instruction. And then the reason that other funds is increasing is going back to what we just talked about, which is we're adding FTE in order to serve more students in universal pre-K. And we're adding FTE in order to serve more students food. Okay. And then, there's a note at the bottom here. You might be wondering, well, what's in these program roll-ups? And we're going to talk about that more in slide 18. So we'll get there in just a second. So what's changed since the proposed budget? So the primary changes really relate to finalizing our negotiations, but it's more than just that. So let me walk through these real quick. The proposed budget included compensation increases of about $47 million. So we had already included a healthy amount of funding to go towards both increases in salary and wages or increases in medical coverage or all the different component parts of compensation. So that was already in the proposed. The finalized negotiations added another about $17 million in compensation increases, increasing expense in the general fund and in the other funds, right? Because we pay folks in other funds as well, in all of our employee groups. Now, there were some expense decreases. So I'm going to talk more about this in a subsequent slide, but the district is proposing to move $5 million in funding that was previously budgeted as contingency. Now, when you actually budget for an expense, that means you plan to spend it on something specific. Well, a contingency by its definition, you don't yet know, right, where it's exactly going to be spent. So this particular amount of contingency, I think, was held in materials, supplies, materials. Yeah. But that's not really what we intended to spend it on. We don't know yet. It's a contingency number. And so we're suggesting that we move that $5 million out of the budgeted contingency line and instead move it to an assigned reserve line where it's part of our total appropriation. It's available to us if we need it, but because we don't really know what we want to spend it on yet, that's probably a better place to carry it in terms of the total appropriation. So the new appropriated and assigned reserve line, we had previously brought you effectively a $1 million appropriated reserve line that was largely tied to potential fluctuations, honestly, in just utilities. But instead, it would be $6 million if we pull this $5 million out of the budgeted contingency and instead put it in the appropriated assigned reserve. So that has also changed. So that effectively decreased. So it's the two changes, right, happening at the same time. Okay. Just a reminder about kind of how our money is allocated in terms of these budgets that folks manage. So schools receive approximately 63% or roughly 2/3 of our allocated budgeted dollars within the general fund, and departments receive approximately 37%. And we do know and understand the board's continued interest and desire to have a little more specificity for that green wedge about how much of that is actually spent in services that are delivered in schools versus central. And we're grateful for the analysis that ERS did for us. We know how time-consuming it was because we've tried to do it ourselves. And it really takes extrapolating lots of data that changes every year out of our HR system in each job code and where it's working, and then meshing that with our financial system. And that's not something that you can just design a crosswalk and repeat every year. And so, however, when we change our chart of accounts, we will be able to do more of that. But we understand the board is continued, and our public, to be clear, continues to be interested in having a little more detail on a regular basis. So we will do our best at some point next year to try and further break out the green thing. We just didn't have time. So this slide really talks about, and then it actually spans what I like about it is it spans FY22, which is last year, and then looks at FY24 budget. And it tells the story of our values-aligned investments in instruction and instructional programs that have been growing by a larger and greater percentage than any increases in administration and operations. So a slightly different narrative emerged this spring. And so we thought it was really important for you to see, based on the FY22 audited actual numbers versus what we're bringing to you as a budget, that we are bringing forth an additional 12% investment in things like educators and para salaries, sped education, academic supports, instructional technology, school budget assistant, things very, very tightly aligned to instruction and instructional support. And that brings our overall investment across service accounts, materials, salaries, and benefits to $642 million. And you can see there, again, the purple, which is just the salary and benefits, is absolutely far and away the largest piece of this. And it is also increasing substantially over this time period, where we've skipped current year because current year we're still in the middle of, we're still posting actuals and the numbers move all year. But we've taken last year's audit and compared it to the budget. And then you see that general and school administration is only increasing by 7.8%, and then operations and maintenance is increasing by 11.5%, including our service accounts, which is, again, largely our utilities expenses. So the overall picture for the general fund is that we are bringing forward a budget to spend $918 million in both the budgeted expenditures and the transfers to other funds. This represents an overall increase of just 3%. And the reason that the overall increase here is a smaller percentage than the revenue increase is because of all the budgetary cuts we put in place that we spoke to a little bit earlier, right? So that's why this is 3%. And then per state statute, we also have to tell you what that number is in terms of the per kiddo amount. And so expenditure per pupil is approximately $14,323 out of our general fund. Before I go to the slide, I do want to just mention again, we're really focusing on the changes. When the proposed budget is uploaded for your consideration at the June 22nd meeting, we will have each fund budget in there as well. It's just there really weren't that many changes between the proposed and this, and it was already part of the proposed. Okay, so capital contributions. So as we approach the 6th year of providing supplemental funds for the capital improvement program and other capital projects, we wanted to make sure to do a retroactive review for you because several of you have asked about, well, what have we done in terms of supplementing the bond funds to fund capital projects. And folks will recall that the 2018 ballot measure did bring forward this idea that the district would raise and contribute an additional $138 million in funding for capital projects. And so the chart here shows, what if you just divide 138 by 6, which again was the 6-year period contemplated in the CIP as presented, it would be an average amount of $23 million per year that's being contributed towards the CIP and other capital things, although this presentation was specific to the CIP, so at least that much for the CIP. And so we went back and looked at our audited figures for, what additional funding has been made available. And here we really have looked at funding from all sources. So we've said, what is the transfer coming in from the general fund, and also what is the interest that we're essentially booking to the capital reserve fund, because those are resources available for the CIP and capital projects. And so over the past 4 years of audited actuals, we've reached a cumulative total of $102.4 million in interest earnings and general fund transfers. And then the current year, we're on track for an additional amount of contribution and interest earnings that brings us up to a tally of $129 million, we think, by the time we close the books in a few weeks. And then if the board adopts the budget that we're proposing as the adopted, too many words there, there would be an additional estimated 20.3 in combined interest and general fund transfer. Now, we have not attempted to estimate yet any sale or lease proceeds. And so we do know by board policy that sale or lease proceeds also are a source of funding into our capital reserve fund. And obviously that's probably a situation that wasn't originally contemplated at the outset of this program. And quite frankly, they probably weren't contemplating very much interest income at the outset of this program. The interest rate environment we're in right now is quite different than it was for the sort of middle 2 years of the program. And it's also different than FY19, where we did have a little bit of interest earnings, but not the same. So again, interest is an example of revenue that's kind of one time because it will not stay at its current level. It'll revert back to a historic amount. And so using it on a capital use is a nice match, to be perfectly honest. So all of which to say the budget and projected interest income and the general fund transfer would add that 28.3, which would get you to about 149.3, which is in excess of the 138 of additional contributions that were contemplated at the outset of the capital improvement program. And a reminder, we're talking entirely about sources of funding at the moment. We're not talking about uses of funding. We all know that there have been uses of funding that were well in line with the original CIP, and then there have been some additional things that emerged over the course of the CIP, and there's many, many questions about how much is left. We will get to those. Right now, we're just talking about sources of funding. So here is the summary view of current year budget, current year forecast, where we're trying to identify where do we actually think we'll end the year, and then next year's budget. And part of the reason we throw that forecast in there is we do, for each of our funds, not just the general fund, which is pictured here, we do have to essentially forecast a starting fund balance in the fund. And to get there, we have to give you some sort of idea of where we think we might finish the year. And we think we might finish the year at or above or below approximately $16.5 million in use of fund balance in the general fund. Exactly. It will be proximal to that. And then the budget we're bringing forward next year would use approximately $7.1 million in fund balance realizing again that we've moved some of that contingency out of a budgeted line and into an appropriated reserve line, which I shall talk some more about because it's fun. Okay, so just some statutory language about sorry, I didn't write that part down. Appropriations. So the appropriation resolutions shall specify the amount of money appropriated to each fund. And the amounts appropriated to a fund shall not exceed the amount thereof as specified in the adopted budget, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, the core, this is all taken from statute and then a CDE training on appropriations and fund balance. But the core concept is basically that the full appropriation communicates the district's available resources, not necessarily what the district is planning on spending. And that's how CDE, I almost took their words verbatim, describes the difference between a budgeted total and a total appropriation. So the budget kind of lives, you can think of it as a Venn diagram where the entirety of the budget is in the appropriation, and the appropriation further communicates things like reserves that are available towards designated or anticipated uses, right? And just a note, we have some more definitions in the appendix. We're not going to walk through those, but that's probably a helpful reference as you're contemplating what you might or might not want to support in the June 22nd meeting. So again, within an organization such as ours, which is rather large, utilizing appropriated reserves will help manage the systemic process of allocating available resources between expenses, appropriated reserves, and unappropriated reserves. And correctly identifying our appropriated reserves is something we have done in the past, and it also is required by law. So for example, Tabor, though it is very restrictive in terms of when or how we could use it, and I don't actually know many examples of a district who has ever used Tabor. So it's largely unspendable, but still it's a part of our appropriation because it has a very specific designated use scenario, right? Appropriating a portion of our reserves towards emergency expenses is generally encouraged by CDE as an approach to creating some space for the unforeseen, right? And it enables the board to effectively have one appropriation, which will be our June, until such time as we arrive in January and we revise the budget, that allows for a little bit of movement and some unexpected things to happen. So I'm gonna stop there, and Brian's gonna wrap us up, and then we'll entertain questions. We're gonna talk about the multi-year.
All right. So again, going through a lot here with multi-year forecasting. The multi-year projection assumptions did not change from the proposed budget presentation, but we'll go through and highlight a little bit of what's in the forecasting. So the per pupil revenue assumptions are used in the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budget CPI rates. The budget stabilization factor will be reduced to 0 in 24-25, and actual enrollment forecast to decline around 1,000 students a year. Compensation increases are on pace with CPI and budget stabilization buy-down rates. School-based spending is forecasting to decline proportionate to the enrollment declines, and non-personnel costs increase at CPI minus 1%. CPI that is applied to the school finance formula is lagged to actual inflation. For example, inflation from the January 22 to December 22 is applied in the FY 23-24 school year. So the 8% that we all felt over the last year is now applied to next year's School Finance Act. I do believe Brenna called this the Mount Evans of inflation. Okay, so one change that we did mention in the revenue slides is the addition of the at-risk hold harmless allocation language to the 23-24 School Finance Act. So, this language was to hold us harmless for the anomaly year, 22-23, that they had the counts at a higher rate. This additional language increased our 23-24 revenue budget, but it also is going to create a funding cliff in FY 24-25 when FR allocations resume back to normal levels. Total program per pupil forecast reflects the CPI inflation factors, enrollment shifts, assumed at-risk funding changes, and the budget stabilization factor going away in 24-25. Please remember that the growth rates for the per pupil funding will be growing faster than the total program due to the enrollment declines. All right, everyone's favorite convergence chart. A multi-year forecast takes into account the actual enrollment decline slowing down and then leveling out over time. The funded count will catch up to the actual count, and the additional funding for students that are not in Jeffco schools starts to diminish and completely go away. So you can see in FY24, we're projecting about a $40.8 million subsidy for students that are not in our buildings. Okay, so when you bring everything together, we have a projected fund use balance, or fund use of $7.1 million in 23-24, and this grows to $20 million in FY25, $30.8 million in FY26. Please note that FY26 is the first year that the unassigned reserves dips below the 4% board policy. Okay, lots of words here. The Colorado Department of Education provides guidance to spend down a fund balance. The best practice is to not spend the one-time money on recurring expenses or create multi-year plans on how the recurring expenses will be funded with recurring revenue. Also, Colorado statute states that school districts must state a plan to ensure that the use of the beginning fund balance will not lead to an ongoing deficit. Okay, so the strategies to reduce the deficit in the out years will be to either decrease expenses to not outpace revenue growth. To achieve this, Jeffco would need to reduce budgeted positions and purchases to provide lower compensation increases than the assumptions we have provided. Or revenue would need to grow to afford these expected cost increases. To achieve this additional revenue, Jeffco would need to seek additional mill levy override dollars from the voters. Brenda, is there anything here you'd like to add?
Yes, so consistent with statute, when we do bring forward a budget that includes any use of fund balance, you have a separate appropriation to use that fund, not a separate, an authorization to use that fund balance. And that authorization needs to state, what are the one-time expenses you're sort of covering with this use of fund balance, and a quote-unquote plan for how would that not become a recurring use of fund balance. And so the text you're seeing here is the text that will show up in basically this draft resolution, the authorization to use fund balance, which is to say the plan to not make it recurring is general in nature, but it is reduce budgeted expenditures, both positions and other purchases, provide compensation increases that match the actual revenue increase as opposed to the CPI, or add revenue, right? So that will be the language reflected in the resolution to meet the statutory requirement anytime we do authorize use of fund balance. So that's what that is there for, to preview for you. What else we got? Oh, questions.
All right, thank you both very much. I'm going to go to you, Director Miller, because I know you have a hard stop at 7. Do you want to open us up with questions, comments?
Wow. Are we contemplating, we looked at the $30 million fund balance draw this year, and Brenna, you all found areas to cut so that we could reduce that amount. And so I'm asking, are you contemplating looking for cuts to reduce the amount for 23-24 as well and into 24-25?
So the $7 million that is part of this budget as a use of fund balance for next year, the year that you'll be budgeting, represents almost exactly the amount of money that will also most likely be on a year-over-year basis, kind of naturally removed via declining enrollment from school budgets. So some of the natural true up to actual enrollments, it's lagging a little, right? So for our middle and highs for this coming year, they're all budgeted on current year. We get the actual enrollments. There's sort of a true up intra-year, but not really. They're using some one-time funds to carry staff, but then it trues up on a year-over-year basis. So we hope and expect that will take care of the bulk of that $7 million.
But then we're in a challenging spot next year.
Correct. Unless we implement the plan.
Right. And I guess the question would be, does the 2.5% step is that included in your expenditure for 24, 25 or 25, 26?
Yeah. So 24, 25 includes a combined cost of any steps and or COLA provided that matches CPI. You want to go back to the CPI chart? So when we said we forecasted CPI for 24-25 at 4.3, we are carrying that exact same amount as compensation increases, the combined cost of steps, lanes, and COLA for that same year. And so again, per the kind of generic language for the plan, one way to avoid a $20 million deficit spend in 24-25 is to have compensation increases not equal CPI and instead equal actual revenue increase.
Okay. And that's a little different than what we did recently for our 23-24 salary comp all in, right?
Correct.
Right. So we did steps plus. So our all in, as you said, I think was 12% investment overall, which is above the 8%. Correct?
Two different percentages, really close though. I think where we landed on compensation with our partners in JCEA, we did steps that are roughly 2.2%. We did lanes that are roughly 0.5%. We did a COLA that was roughly 5.25. So all that added up to something like 7-ish, 8. And there were some other ads, some small ads, which also ultimately are compensation increases. So let's say it was pretty darn close to 8. So the 12% was actually like of all instructional expenses comparing FY20 to actuals to FY24 budget, how much has overall investment in just that instructional piece grown?
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So it's just a little bit over 8%. And then the year before the compensation increase was?
It was a mixture of one-time and recurring. So there was a 1% one-time, and the balance of the recurring was a combined cost of steps, lanes, and COLA around 8%.
So that's like 8% 9. Versus 3 point.
Oh wait,
I'm sorry.
You're right. It was higher.
I thought it was 12.
I'm on the wrong year. Which one are we talking about? Which one did you ask me about?
I'm asking for 22-23, what we negotiated for.
Okay, got it. Then, yep, thanks. On average, it was about 10%. It varied across the employee groups.
So that was above the average of the 3.5%, correct?
Yes, 10 is bigger than 3.5. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure that we're all understanding that, we are. Yeah. Okay. So I am nervous about where we are, I will be honest, and that just rolls out into the future for 24-25. So I think we have to be very clear with where we are and what we've done over the past 2 or 3 years in terms of comp, because it has certainly been above what the inflation-based adjustment has been to PPR in comparison. I'm just making that as a statement.
Yes.
If we could go back, please, to your the contribution from the capital fund, which I appreciate is all in with interest earnings, et cetera. And that to me is taking into consideration bond proceeds, interest earnings, all in, we've gone from a $756 million to over $800 and some million capital plan. So I do honor what you're saying, that interest earnings have come in onto the capital reserve, and certainly that's gone over into our capital fund. I will also say that the board never really had the opportunity to discuss how to invest those funds from proceeds and interest earnings, and prioritize how we want to spend those dollars. And now we are scrambling to find money for Fletcher Miller and for other investments that we know we need to make. So I just want to make that as a statement, because it is what it is. And I hope with the work that we're doing right now, we are able to prioritize the investments that are necessary, that we, for the Fletcher Millers, for the fields, for the Wheat Ridges, or for the second phase of Ross, because that is all proceeds, right, for the capital plan, if we're talking about putting it all together, which I think is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Other questions, comments for Mr. Sammons, Mrs. Copeland? Yep. Director Parker?
Yes. I heard you say something, Ms. Copeland, when we change our chart of accounts. Can you tell me what the plans are for that?
That may be the full extent of the plan right there, that statement. So we, almost every school district I'm familiar with only does that when they're changing their ERP system, because you wouldn't really do one without the other, because every single screen in PeopleSoft in one way, shape, or form asks you to code data based on the current chart of accounts. And so you would kind of have to rebuild the ERP anyway to change it. And so that only makes sense in the context of upgrading ERP. We are embarking on a readiness assessment this in the coming months. My friend and colleague Jill is not here, so I'm sort of speaking on her behalf a little bit, because she's really leading a lot of this work. Although it's definitely a partnership between HR, finance, and IT, because we are the biggest users of the system. After that readiness assessment, we would then have to actually articulate our needs in a system. We would have to RFP for a system, identify a partner to help us implement a system, then actually start all the customization and implementation work prior to a go live. So the runway here is at least 2 years. That's an optimistic scenario. I would love it if we were able to do it in that. And I also know from colleagues who have regretted 98% of what they tried to do in their ERP system upgrade, especially the timing, that trying to cram too much too fast actually just messes up the whole thing. So it may be a 3-year runway.
But there's interest beyond your group to do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been selling it.
Thanks.
Everybody's excited.
Other questions?
Dave Weiss
I heard
is excited.
Nothing over there. Okay. Any other questions? One comment I have. I really appreciate the movement toward articulating unappropriated versus appropriated reserves. I think it's been a challenging and sometimes misleading, not intentionally, but misleading bucket to have when, especially as we're talking to folks about one-time versus ongoing costs and what is really accessible for this board or future boards in terms of things like one-time things, perhaps paying for part of a new Fletcher Miller or going toward other one-time, again, I'll just say it one more time, one-time costs that are there. So to me, as a board member and as a community member, I feel like that presents a much more accurate picture of what we have accessible in order to make decisions, but also so that it's a realistic vision of what we actually have at our disposal versus just a bucket of money that we can't touch. As an aside, speaking of table reserves, have you what would you ever spend that on? When would you ever use that? Like when you're going out of business? Like fire sale?
Yeah, so the language is
Curious.
so tight. It's kind of like think of like a natural disaster of epic proportions.
Oh, so that would be like the last of our words.
Yeah. So at that
Zombie
point,
apocalypse.
it's like, woohoo, we get to use our Tabor.
Great, and we're all on fire. Okay, great. And then, and my last question, and I know you have the number of students on there. We're talking about the at-risk counts and the one of a couple of different fiscal cliffs that we have coming up. Can you estimate? It's 4,600 students. You're saying would be under. We would have less.
Right.
Translates to about 5 million.
It's like a little bit over $3 million in the FY24 budget that we've got additional.
Ongoing.
Well, it'll go away, right? We're getting additional $3 million.
Not just for 1 year. It would just go.
It'll just goes away.
Okay.
It's a 1 year extension of the additional counts and the FRL students.
Okay. All right. And then my last, just a comment that, and it refers back to what Director Miller was saying, thinking about the CPI, like how we think as I don't mean district in this room, but like as a community of people all working collaboratively to reach goals for students, that those numbers are real in terms of expectation management and how we think about where the lines in which we can color. And that's not to say that we can't think innovatively about possible funding sources that we don't have now. Who knows? That would be exciting. But for ongoing cost movement toward aligning those things so that we're not running deficit budgets and like I desperately try to do for my own self, that we're spending within our means in some way, shape, or form is, I think, can become critically important as we have some of these revenue sources that are going to drop off or get lower because of continued declining enrollment. So it's more of just a statement than anything else. Anything else for you, Dr. Kim, or from board before we are going to be so on time. Director
Stephanie? May I just ask one real quick question, please?
Sure.
In light of the increasing cost of utilities, Brenna, is the $6 million kind of amount that we're holding to give ourselves flexibility, is that enough in relationship to our overall $1 billion budget? I guess I'm just wanting to make sure that you have the cushion you need in light of all the increases that we're seeing related to utilities, expenses, overall cost of operations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so great question. We have not moved the entirety of our contingency. And there are various reasons. Honestly, in financial kind of planning on a year-over-year basis, I'm not a big fan of huge shifts that materially swing things dramatically. So again, we're moving a portion of budgeted contingency. That $6 million does not represent the only contingency. And as a reminder to the board, as you well know, school carry forward is effectively another form of contingency that schools have access to manage to swings in their own enrollment, et cetera. And because we appropriate that reserve, the schools are able to access the reserves as needed. So it's, the whole organization has more resources than just the $6 million to address things that emerge. But great.
Okay, so at this moment, you're comfortable with this not appropriation, but with this kind of blocking off of this amount of money. And I'm assuming you'll just be watching what extra you may need as you roll forward over the next several years as a percentage,
Exactly.
or an overall need.
Yep, and we've been moving a lot of things at once as
Right.
Brian and I have implemented Anaplan and tightened up the budget, and so. We'll continue to evaluate and see whether, maybe the $6 million becomes 10 next year and we pull an additional amount of budgeted contingency out for the 24-25. But it will just depend on how things play out in our new system, et cetera.
Okay, I think it just goes back to what Director Parker was saying with the Charter of Accounts. It gives us greater understanding of really how we're spending our dollars in a very thoughtful, methodical way, so that you do have an understanding of if there is a need for a higher level of contingency or protection.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Great revelations. No complaints, please. Great. Okay. A big thank you to Dr. Kemp for filling in for this evening. And we have our next regularly scheduled meeting of the board, 5 p.m., June 22nd here. Superintendent Dorland will be back for that meeting. Thank you both very much. And all of you have a lovely evening. This meeting's adjourned.